Okay, let's do this. Disembodied head here, hosting the game, just like Hypnotic. Let's get back to it. So we were just making the game scene. Actually, we have the map editor. Performance is terrible. We have we have player controller. We can get rid of that. We have the room editor. That's working great. So now we're gonna work on the game stuff. Let's go ahead and make a scene here. Just a node for the rooms. And then in our game code, we're going to go over here and we're going to say export var rooms, which is going to be a rooms node, which is just going to be a reference to that. And I believe I can just drag it in, right? Yep, there we go. Okay. I look like a squirrel. My cheeks are all poofy. Very poofy cheeks. Okay, so we've got that. You know what I could do? Could I do a floating hat? What if I did this and the hat? What would that be like? Let's see. There we go. I just have a hat floating on me. Yeah, this is good. Yeah. Yeah. Can I do, because I can't do it any more than, let's see, we have the drawstring. It's as good as it's going to get. Okay. So, got the anime glare on the lenses. The old anime glare. Okay, so we have the resource map. So what we're going to do is instantiate a grid map for every single. So now we're going to have a var. This is going to be rooms. And this is going to be an array of grid map. Okay. And then on ready, we're just going to build this son of a bitch out. Now this is going to change over time, but this is what we're going to do initially. Bunch of unused variables. Well, that'll get fixed here in just a moment. How do I get this off to the side? I'm actually quite toasty now that I'm doing this. Quite toasty. It's better. Just need a little win. Did you ever know that you're my hero? What do you think, Spock? Fascinating. Thanks, Spock. Fascinating. Yeah, I got you, Spock. 4 cell vector 3i in resource map rooms. Some dictionary of rooms. Now this is interesting. Resource map. Okay. Let's look at resource map here where we do, or map editor where we make the rooms. Take these broken rooms. And we go like this, or this. All right. Child rooms, queue free. We don't need to. This is going to be on a build. We're going to have like a build button, build rooms. So let's do that. We'll grab that from room editor. And we'll say, now, should this actually be an export that we don't fill in ourselves? Build rooms. Build rooms. Build rooms. The problem with this is it means we have to make game into a tool, and that introduces all kinds of problems. Build rooms. Get children on array grid map. Rooms. Room. Grid map. Room. I still the whole sand people thing from Obi-Wan. It's like, whoa! Clearly George didn't know. It's like, George, maybe we should change the term that he's using for them.
No, I don't see a problem with it. Why? Tell us, Steve. What's wrong with the term sand people?
Well, I've heard. Um. Okay, so what we want to do here is instantiate the grid maps that don't exist.
Hello, Ghost Man.
Hello. Ooh, thank you for breakfast.
The plane had been green.
I know, right?
It
Be
had been floating.
be disappearing. So we have our list of rooms. And I think what we need to do here is rooms size turn into an integer. Room index. And we can use the index to assign I guess it's not terribly important to do that. Because what we can do is say var grid map, grid map, grid map new, and then we append. So for rooms, and actually we need to clear rooms clear like that. Rooms append grid map. The other thing we need to do is actually add the grid map to the child scene. And so this goes to the rooms node, add child, grid map. Okay. There's already a variable named grid map. Yeah, we got rid of that. Because we do want these to be unique. Grid map is not declared in current scope. Okay, don't worry about it. We're going to figure this out. So hang on a second. I'm playing an incremental over here in the corner. I have to increase my production of got to start making more wires here, boys. It's this one, paper clips. Yep. It's exactly that one. This is the one I'm playing. I'm trying to take over the universe right now. Make more wire. You're like, wait a minute, I know this one. I don't quite understand the in-game meta, but I'm getting there. Okay, so that's our current world position. There's our grid map. And then grid map, why would we get used cells from this grid map? We wouldn't. What we want to do is get the used cells from... So here we're getting the grid map. This seems right, actually. And in this case, then all we need to do is, instead of creating a new grid map, we just go bloop, and we put it here. So we don't have to do the assignment twice. Like so. And we can get rid of that line. Good. So that's better. And for each grid map, we have the cell position. Now, do we need to do anything? I don't know that we need to do anything here. I don't think we need to do this at all. Let's find out. So we have a build rooms button. And I'm going to hit it. And nothing happened. Let's close and reopen. Game. Let's go ahead and favorite this. And go like that. Now we have game there. And hit build rooms. Boop. Nothing happens. Let's go ahead and do a print statement so we can see if we're hitting it. Hit it. It takes two to make a thing go right. It takes two to make it out of sight. Bono. Dude. Bono. Dude. It takes two. Let's see. Go clear, build rooms. So hit it is hitting it. Hit it. Hey. Hey. And then 4. Build rooms. Hit it. So hit it's hitting it. Hey. So there's 2 rooms. So we're doing that. Grid map. So we have the grid map. Hey. So just assignment isn't enough. What if we... Because we're doing get grid map from resource room. Maybe we need to deserialize. Get grid map returns. If we deserialize into... Now, these names are shit. I'm going to say that right now. It's crap. Not good. Doo-doo. It takes two to make a thing go right. So boom, new. Wow. It takes two to make it out of sight. Deserialize. I'd like to deserialize your grid map. It takes two. It takes two. Hey. Deserialize grid map. And we're going to say grid map. Okay, let's see what this does. Builds a room. Nothing. It takes two. Let's make sure we're deserializing. Print the blog. Deserialize grid map. Okay. Hit the build rooms. And we are hitting deserialize grid map. Print. Cell. Percent cell. Percent cell. Hit the button. Hey. Hey. Oh, I know why. Do you guys know why? Because I do. The reason is because we're in the editor and we're adding stuff and we're not setting the owner to the editor. And so none of it actually exists. None of it exists. Rooms node, we're adding, but then nothing happens, right? So we have to set the owner. So we say grid map owner equals, there's like editor something, right? How do we get it to show up? So let's look at, we do this on a bunch of other stuff that we've done before. Invim /code/ I don't know. I think we do it in I'm pretty sure we do it in the editor for the tree. /owner. No pattern owner. Well, I'll be. Let's go ahead and get out of here. Pardon me. It takes two. It takes two. Tree editor lumber. Lumber after. So we don't want arborists. What about a cozy baking game? Editors. No. What about, there was like a multiplayer dungeon? 3D dungeon crawler. This is for sure where we did one. And then we did scripts. Room editor. Scenes. Wow, this is when I was using a different layout for everything. Stage. And negative. Wow. Look at this project organization. I don't know what this is. Let's go back. Fashion icon. Damn straight. Tools. It takes two. There it is. Room editor. It takes two. It takes two to make a thing go right. It takes two to make it out of sight. My wife, this was her idea. She's wanted me to do this for a while. She's like, you should take your green hoodie and like put it over. What I need is a green mesh over it, and then I can just be a floating hat. What do you guys think if I was just like a floating hat? Or then I need big ass googly eyes. Floating hat with big ass googly eyes. It takes two. It takes two. Hey, son. I love you, handsome pants. Oh. Oh, okay. You gonna get up here? A green morph suit? You did. You did. I love you, buddy.
I love you.
I know. Okay. Okay, buddy, I gotta get to work, okay? I have to get to work. I have to get to work. Mama's gonna find out you're in here. She's like, whoa! He crash landed. You okay? Okay. Back to work. I need to increase the combat of my my drones, my probes. Maybe they can do a little bit better. No, let me increase my self-replication speed. Maybe we need combat. Launch some probes out. There we go. We're going straight combat with my drones. Speed. Let's go 10. I don't know if speed matters, but we're going to go crazy with that. And let's launch him. There we go. Starting to turn the tides of the war. Hell yeah. Okay. I saw Hypnotic is no longer a floating head, and now he has a robot body, and so jealous that I ordered some motion caption trackers. Damn. Damn. Motion body. Motion body. He's tight. He's not going to make it. We're going to say this branch is a scene. Room grid map. He's not going to make it. He's going to make it. So we have a room grid map. So now we need that as a preload. Const room grid map packed scene. Packed scene equals preload. And then we have to find room grid map. Copy the UID, paste it in. Instead of grid map new, we're going to say room grid map appsing instantiate. Room instantiate. Oh, element. That's exactly what I meant. Come on, get your head in the game. Build rooms. Still not quite. Oh, wait, it's taking longer. That's a good sign. I don't mean to alarm you, but it seems your face has been disconnected from your body. It's Back to the Future. I actually traveled back in time. Okay, so there's 2 rooms loaded in. Nice. And they're all set up. So what we can do is write a system so that when we're adjacent to, say, our neighboring, what would it be? So in 3D space, it would be, if there's 6 sides to any quab, so it's my feeling that we would load, we would have, hey bud, what's up? Nope, don't want you guys to see that. Top secret. Let's just do, create a new vault. Metroidvania. Please choose a valid folder. Your mom. How about that? Select. Your new vault will be placed in create. Okay. And then let's go ahead and just slap in really quick. Excal. Booyah. Install. Failed to install. Lovely. Thanks, Red. Red's always got my back. There's Metroidvania. Metroidvania. Scaladraw. Install. Failed to install. Let's go ahead and close reopen Obsidian. Perhaps we've done something wrong. Browse. Excal. Install. Failed to install. Well, this is fucking bullshit. We're going to go to Arborist then. So go back to Obsidian. We'll use Arborist. Arborist. I need to stop cursing. My daughter is watching. You guys are making me curse. So if we have a cube and we have 6 neighbors in our cube, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We actually have, what I would want to do is load, so that's above. We would want the cross sections for, so if this is the top of the cube, we would want the grid maps loaded for all around the world. All around the world, statues crumble for me. Right here. So all around the quab. So it's like a quab around a quab. Okay. So I guess if we just would you square the size of the cube, or we cube the cube? What was that skateboard movie with Christian Slater? Something Pie the Hole. What was it called? Pie the Hole. It was called Pie the Hole. Wasn't it called Pie the Hole? Okay, so we have our rooms. Let's get our player character in here. Pie the Hole. It was like Glaze the Cube or something. What was it called? Christian Slater skate movie. Gleaming the Cube. It wasn't glazing the cube. It was gleaming the cube. Oh, that's such a cool name for the movie. Yeah. You think the teens will like it? The teens. Okay, so if we actually run the game, we're going to select our current scene. We're in. There's the other room. Here's us. And it's pitch black. Glam in the quab. Glam the quab. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. Because we want each room to have its own color vibe, right? My wife is interested in helping with get room configuration. Okay. Or, yeah. And so what this is going to do is set up our environment variable and our other stuff like lights. Flash, lights. It's going to load that. So when we go into one room, we'll transition from one to the other. Is she going to make levels? It's so much easier with the asset picker. Yeah, so she's going to make rooms for us. Maybe. We'll see. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do we trust her? Increase max trust. Okay. All right, now our probes. Oh, I can't even launch probes anymore. Why is that? It's because we're not. It's because we're not. I don't know. I'll just let it go. I mean, we're taking over the world. Quadrillion clips. Unused quips. Uh-oh. Our factories are increasing. Let's lower self-replication and increase our wire production and our harvesting. Okay, it's slowly going down, but we still have to increase unused. So we're going to go self-replication down and harvesting and wire up. Still going down. Speaking of the asset picker, that other thing we're working on, is it safe to upgrade the Gadoo versions? Yes. Should be fine. Is there a new one out? Not even aware of? Okay, so we're in. We're in. I'm in. Okay, so we're in. So I think we're going to want, when we're transitioning between areas, that we lightly move between just 4.6.2 now, I think. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm on. It doesn't do anything destructive to like scenes or anything. Okay. So let's go ahead and just add light. We just need some light. Directional light, trace D. Welcome to Directional Light Trace D. I'll be your host for today. Deborah. Hi, my name's Deb. You can call me Deborah. Directional light. Hi, my name's Tane. I think I'll entertain ya. Ooh, Tane. I could get used to this. Okay, so we've got shadows. Shadows. And we've got some harsh lighting, so we need some ambient light, just like in real life. We need a little bit of ambient light bouncing off the surface. There we go. That's a little bit better. Of course, grass, famously glossy. Famously glossy grass. Okay. Oh, now Tane I can get into. Yeah. Shit. I want that. I want the dancing Tane in the corner of my window. Tane dancing Matt GIF. Transparent. Here we go. This is a good one from Giphy. Track it down later. Oh, I forgot to eat breakfast, fools. It's all cold now. Look at my disembodied hands. All right. My name's Tane, and I'm here to entertain you. See-through avocado toast. How did you know it was avocado toast? That's why millennials are broke. My favorite thing about the avocado toast thing is a lot of the same groups that freak out about that are the same ones that really sarcastically told people to learn to code. I think it's also really weird that the same industry that's like, hey, everyone, you should learn to code, then almost immediately was like, oh, by the way, everyone in the tech industry, we found a way to get rid of all your jobs. Ain't no loyalty, no dancing with the one you came with, except that that's what they want from you, right? Why do you want to work here? Is the most fucking one of the, sorry for cussing. Is one of the most, like, it's a loyalty test before you even work for the company. Why are we so great? To feed my family. Exactly. Look, I'm going to work hard. I'm going to bust my ass. And you give me a paycheck. How about that's the agreement we have with each other? I found in my many times I've had to interview people, and then interviews are just about putting you in awkward positions and seeing how you squirm. It's funny though, because it's like, if it's an in-house, like if the interview is for a job that's in-house, for instance, and you're only supporting in-house people, and it's like, we have to see how you do under pressure. And it's like, what do you do if someone's a total jerk with you?
Cool? Yeah, cool. You think it's cool?
Oh my gosh,
Cool.
iHeart, thank you for the raid.
It's not cool.
iHeart. Shout out iHeart, funny boys. Working on Jam Game, iHeart. We were talking about how dumb the interview question of why do you want to work here is. Why do you want to work here? Is this Sims Online? Spot Monk, what's up? I think people, honestly, I think a lot of people ask that question because it's such a trope of a question. Money can be exchanged for goods and services. Right. Why do you want to work here? Why do you want to work here? In this economy? Why do I want to work here?
This is Democracy
I'm guessing,
Manifest.
sir, you've gotten over 1,000 applicants for this position, correct? Okay, so do you think that right now the supply of labor is quite high and you can have your picking? Yes? Okay. Now that we've established all that, can we get past this charade of why the fuck I need a job and you can just figure out if I'm right for the role or not? But like if we have to have this pretend question where I'm supposed to pretend, it's like a play. It's like, let's put on a play right now about why I need work. Oh, well, your company's so amazing. And, you know, I read in Forbes about, fuck off. Nobody thinks that way. Oh, sorry, my daughter's watching. I gotta stop cursing. Sorry, I'm a bad father. Azim, thanks for the follow. Purpose of that question is to screen whether you can agree to the unspoken social contract to cosplay as professionals. It's so, but that's why it's stupid, because it's just a rehearsable answered question. So it has virtually no anything. And I think people asking the question don't know what's the right answer to the question, right? You aren't wrong, but it's subtextual. Yeah, which is why it already signals to me that this is a bullshit workplace. Sorry for cussing again. This is going to be a politics-driven workplace. How about that? Like you're already signaling to me that you're that kind of workplace, and we're going to have to play politics all the time. And Deb is going to get her way because Deb has some sort of like in with the manager. And so if Deb asks her something, you have to drop everything and give it to her, because otherwise she's going to go to Steve, who she's worked with for 20 years, and she's going to complain about it to Steve, even though her work is less important to somebody else that I have to drop to get her stuff done. It's that kind of thing. I'm having flashbacks to corporate life. It's the same thing, I suppose. Oh, man. At least, I mean, I was in interviews with my boss who would interview people, and he'd be like, why do you have a misdemeanor? Why did you get a misdemeanor on this thing? And it was just like, you know, being in the room in that situation, you're just like, is this legal? Like, what is going on? I just answer with why that specific job seemed like a good fit for me. I ignore the company culture nonsense. Yeah, it's just glaze us. It really should be tell us why we're so great. Why do you want to work here is really tell us why we're so great. Like, I hate the BS too. I wish we could drop it, but the reason that it is established as social convention is to screen the antisocial, toxic, sabotaging people. They're not very, somehow they're not good at that though. Oh yeah, I've worked in a workplace where there's no toxic, it's not a toxic environment. It's never been true for me. But they have a huge amount of leverage. Yeah. Yeah, right now especially.
Huh?
Anyways, back to work. So we're working on a Metroidvania. We're making it in the style of we're doing, you know, Minecraftian graphics, but a Metroidvania. We have a room editor going.
Playing with it.
I can show you that. Here's our room editor. We can load a room. Here's a room. And it's essentially just using a grid map. So we can just place blocks and save them, you know. Now, most of this is going to be inside like caves and stuff. And so the problem with that is if you've ever used grid map, when you, like if I make a wall on this side, right, I'm not going to be able to see inside here. So we're going to have to get a shader going so that we can see into blocks And it's going to be a little difficult because we have to be able to do this inside the editor as well. So, no. Oh, you guys are going? Hang on a second. I got to say bye to my kids.
I'm curious, Ghost Man.
Oh, okay. Have fun at Kayla's.
I'm mysterious Ghost Man.
Bye. I'm sorry for cursing. Mwah. Love you, handsome.
It's still trying to look like Minecraft.
It does kind of look like Minecraft, huh?
Still,
Okay.
why does it look like
You
Minecraft?
want a comb through your hair, sweetie?
I have a brush.
Okay. Well, that's a statement of a thing that you have. But I've asked, have you done an action with the thing? And you didn't answer it. No. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Wait. I gotta give you a kiss. Is it off screen? Yeah. Okay. I just tongued my wife. Deeply. Just down. I didn't actually. She's okay. I must run as well. Coda is my husband, and we're gonna go play video games and eat popcorn right now. Coda's a nice guy. Appreciate the rant. Gotta run. All right, take it easy, Coda. Thank you for it. Thank you for coming in, everybody. Thank you for the raid, iHeart. You guys continue to bust ass. I don't know what you're working on right now, iHeart. Dad vibes for sure. How's it going, Heat? So embarrassing, Dad. Yeah, my wife said gross. I think I took things a little too far in some places.
I may have taken things a little too far in some places.
Okay, back to swearing. Back to swear. So we have a room editor and we have a map editor. And now the game, this whole scene here is the gluing of all of those components together. And now what we need to do, and we bake the game into these individual grid maps. Okay. And one thing we want to be able to do is associate our world position with our array of rooms so that we can actually hide the grid maps as we're walking around. We're only going to do that when we worry about performance. We're not going to worry about performance just yet. Stop and smell the flowers. That's right. I know the game. So you're going to author a map of a zillion blocks. We're making rooms, and then we're going to be using a lot of duplication, Justin. Not a map of a zillion blocks. So we'll see. We're gonna tackle things one at a time. But yeah, probably a zillion blocks. What's 32 cubed? That's one room. Um, 32 cubed. 32,768. Let's say there's 100 rooms. You get the idea. So we're going to need some tools to help make the rooms. I think the room editor is actually going to be a special player controller, and you're going to go into the room and you're going to be able to just paint blocks with like different shapes, and you'll just be able to squirt blocks out all over the scene. Just squirt them everywhere. So we'll see how that goes. I'm not allowed to launch any more prods in my paperclip game. And use Minecraft as the editor. I've actually already done I know how to do Minecraft style proc gen. So I've already done it. But I think that the rooms are going to have to be so designed that it's not going to matter. Now, it might be that 32 is too big, and maybe 16 is the way to go. Maybe we want cramped, damp rooms. Cramped, damp fever. Because if you think about it, if we can connect a bunch of series of rooms together, then we can make a 32 by 30. We can make four 16 rooms that are open-ish that connect together. Wave function clash is a gateway drug. Yeah, I touched it for a weekend, and I was like, I'm done. I'm backing out. Actually, I think I have the thing that I made. Farm game, tank battalion, little old man, cozy bacon game, 3D co-op, dungeon crawler. I don't remember what I called it. It might be Panther. Let me go to Panther. Huh. Looks like I turned it off on it. I do have this. Here it is. Ah, I'm not going to mess with it right now. Well, OG Minecraft is just Perlin noise. That's an interesting approach, though, Justin. But we're going to be much more like you're in rooms. You know? Code Davita. Thank you for the follow. I missed it. Code does some music as well, right? Code Davita. Scusi. Code Davita. All right, so we have this. Should we start working on abilities? Because we're going to need some. I was thinking I want to borrow the Tears of the Kingdom going through floors thing. So you'll be able to like see certain, once you get the ability, you'll be able to see certain blocks above you and be like, oh, I can warp up through them. And so I definitely want to have that. That would be cool. Code vita. Oh, scusi. Ah, che cosa? Where is the code vita? Ah, buongiorno. Code vita. Sorry, Code. Code's not here right now, so I can just be a complete mockery of So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna start deep in the pits of hell. Where are lava? So we're gonna be in like a dark, deep thing. Do we 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. See, 16 is easier to deal with. 16 is easier to deal with. Hashtag not offensive. Italians are thick-skinned. They can handle it. Right? Scusi. So we need some premise for the game. What are we doing? What's going on? What are we doing? What's going on? If Irad were here, he'd probably approve. I think he would. He'd chortle. That's me. That's exactly what he would say. It's like, damn, it's uncanny. Grandpa? He's just like, is that you? That's me. Yeah, that's exactly what he would say. Oh my god. Grandpa? I mean, essentially I'm to the part where we're now at make the game. And so I just have to think about, I think we're going to go cramped. I think we're going to make smaller rooms. I think we're going to go 16 by 16. And so the jam itself presents us with
Shut up and take my money.
What's going on? What happened? Second with a bunch of gifted subs, 10 tiered subs. All out there to everybody. Grumble gets one. Uh-oh, that's the hype train thing. I'm familiar with a hype train. We're at a level 3. Whoop whoop. We have a level 3 hype train. Captain. So this is our theme. We have to pick one from here and then one from here, from these two columns. Now, I was thinking absurd side effects so that the abilities, there's some sort of con to the abilities.
Choo-choo.
Oh, God. That's a bunch of cheers from Jacob. And a toot-toot there. And a toot-toot there. What are the little dancy guys? Is that something we got from them? No, no. Execution. Sensory. Sensory deprivation. How much time is wasted? How much time is wasted? These are questions. Is it a hype train emote, but this one hasn't ended to get a reward? I don't know. We got 3 minutes. We're at level 3. We need 300 bits or 1 sub to complete, apparently. That's what it's telling me. I guess we do need to just do traditional block breaking, right? Let's work on the player controller a bit. So, we've got our little raycast. We need to have our tools. So if we go over here, we've got our RPG bits. Anvil, we're not going to use. Blueprints, probably not going to use. Chisel, probably not going to use. Compass. Now, this would be interesting to do something with a compass. File, we're not going to use. Fishing rod. Ooh, it's tempting, I got to tell you. I tell you, that fishing rod, that's looking tempting. That's what we need, is a fishing game in our Metroidvania. Hammer. Okay, so we want a hammer.
Shut up and take my money.
We're going to do Thor's hammer. Hand drill, we're going to ignore. Hand plane, we're going to ignore. Journal, we're going to ignore. Lantern. We like the idea of a lantern in the darkness. So maybe there's like super dark rooms that are dangerous. And we get a lantern. How about that? We're going with it. Magnifying glass. Probably not. Mallet. Let's bring that in. I don't know if we'll need it. So we have a mallet and a hammer. So that's like a lesser than hammer. Nail. Pencil. Pickaxe. Yes. Yes, sir. Okay. Pickaxe. Saw. Scissors. Do we want a saw? Sure. Let's throw a saw in there. Scissors. Screw. Shovel. Yes, we want a shovel. Okay. And then tongs. Tong, ta, tong, tong, tong. Torch. Ooh, torch. Yeah. Do, 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 dun, dun, dun. I eat a taco and I walk around with a taco down. Wrench. Maybe we could have a wrench to do some sort of like repair thing. I don't know. I do. Do. I eat a taco and I like it. Let's move these forward in front of the player controller. See what it looks like when we run the game with said player controller. Now we're just going to have some tools in front of us. Okay, so we need these locked onto the camera. I can tell you that already. So we're going to go ahead and throw these into camera. Scoop doo 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 doo. What's that rhythm? Aladdin? Yeah. Make way for King Ali. Scoop doo 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 ba ba da. Make way. Okay. Oh, we just closed. Good dude. Metroidvania month. Scoop diddy doop diddy doop and tacos. Player controller. I guess we could start animating. So are we gonna be disembodied? I think we're gonna disembodied. If we're doing hands, we're doing Raymond hands. How about that? You guys follow me? And these all need to be rotated this way and off to the side, like so. Let's run the game again. I guess we can edit this while we're running the game. How about that? Player controller. That's already pretty good. Okay. Actually, that's good. I think we're good just like right there. Just floating objects. Found out my well, congratulations on your win, Jacob. So, excited to see that, you son of a bitch. Why does it always do the number 2 when you drag it in this way? It is so frustrating. And we're gonna do a sub node for our torch. Torch nodes. Wrench B. Okay. Wrench, please. Wrench, please. Right, guys? All right, let's move these two together so we can see everything. Make it a little bit easier for me. Export, var, hammer, node 3D. And then we're going to do this mallet, pickaxe, lantern, saw, shovel, torch, wrench. Okay? And we're going to say mallet. And we're going to say, so how do we change our gear? Do we have a thing at the bottom? Yeah, we'll just do a traditional, instead of a block line thing like that happens on Minecraft, where it's like, here's your blocks in your inventory and then also some items and stuff. Our hotbar at the bottom is just going to be, these are the items that you have. Torch. And wrench. Okay, all good. And what we'll do on ready is we're just going to make all these invisible. Make way. I think everyone had a thing for Aladdin. Right? I mean, we can pretty safely say that. I think that's kind of obvious for all of us, that we all had a thing for Aladdin. Let's just be honest with ourselves. Right? Choo-choo. What's going on? I meant to play that the other day. I'll have to try it. It's super simple to hop onto that one. I think I made one that doesn't lean rage. I was distracted by the soulless crushing anxiety of work. Nymphus, what's up? Yep, GM. You know how some streamers have an avatar following their head and then copy pasting their eyes and mouth with it? You should do that, Cricket. I actually was thinking about doing that, and then I found out about like a really big streamer that does it, and then it was like, oh, it's going to seem like I'm copying them. But I wanted to do it because of Conan O'Brien.
Shut up and take my money.
Back in the day. So, I mean, I guess what I'm saying is it's not an original idea, but my inspiration was not from another streamer. Ooh, gifted sub. We missed our window for the train, I think. All right. Player controller, save. Now if we run the game, all of our stuff should be gone. Whoops. Oh, no, we have to assign them. So hammer, mallet, pickaxe, lantern, saw. This is like Clue. Shovel, torch, and wrench. Now we run the game. Okay, so they're all gone. So let's build out our hotbar really quick. I suppose we'll do this in-game, and we'll just throw in UI control, as they call it. Yeah, if you had a damn Stream Elements tip box or a Ko-Fi thing, I wouldn't have given Bezos half of everything. Oh, isn't Stream Elements like bankrupt now? Isn't that going away? I guess I could do Ko-Fi. The thing about Ko-Fi is my home address is just like, here you go. Like with Ko-Fi, it's like really easy to find out where somebody lives if they have a Ko-Fi. So that's why I've been avoiding it. So I should get a Ko-Fi. I just feel bad because then don't. It hurts me. 0. It hurts me 50%, right? Maybe I should get a Ko-Fi. HBox. We're going to do grid container. And for this one, we're going to have it slapped on the bottom. Slap the base mon. Right along the bottom mon. Grid container mon. And we're just going to do the number of columns of whatever we need. And now we have to design another scene for the box. User interface, control, panel. Can we change this to a panel? Change type. Panel. Do we do panel container? And we shrink this thing down. And then we need some iconography. And I guess what we could do is just project an image of the element. I mean, it might only be me donating, and at that point, you might as well Venmo you. I'll do the Ko-Fi thing. Now that I have the LLC, I got to get the account going. But if I have an LLC, maybe I can figure something out that's a little bit better for that. Merch Earl, how's it going? Coming in with the sub emotes. The only thing about the pet GIF is that it's rubbing the dog's nose, which they really wouldn't like. Be like, hey, that's my snoot, man. That's how I smell. That's my snooter, patooter. So what we'll do is we're going to get a viewport in here. Sub viewport. We're going to slap in and out from here. We're going to take and essentially just put a copy of said thing in here. I've been summoned by a gift sub. Hey, Cannibal, how's it going? And we're going to do texture. Texture rect. And the texture rect is going to take the projection of the viewport. Like so. And that's essentially how our control is going to work. Now, interestingly, I hate this stuff, man. Why are we not, now our panel doesn't show, brother, I'm going to, dude, I cannot stand Godot's stuff. We're a control again. Why are we a control? Change type. We want to be a panel container. We are a panel container. Why is it showing that we're a control? We're not a control. We're a panel container. Panlay. What if we're just a straight up panlay? It still says we're a control, even though... So it's not showing our type. It should be showing it here. All right, fine. We'll do traditional control. And then we'll put a panlay container inside that. How about that? Panel container. There we go. And now we put our texture rect inside that. And then everything disappears. Expand. Texture rect. Why? Is it because there's nothing there? We're 512. Keep size. Keep on keeping on. We can't do our alignments. We are locked to our panlay. Why do we disappear? What if we're just a straight panel and we put our texture rect in there? It disappears again! Why? Why? Texture rect. Let's pick there we go. Do. Wow, wow, wow. Make way for King Ali. Bum, 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 bum. I like tacos and they're really yummy. Tacos are quite yummy. Okay, we have something. That looks like something. That's the panlay. We're going to get rid of... I don't know, dudes. I guess we need a margin container. This is stupid. I hate all of this. I hate that there's even a margin container. Man, I, Rangers. I was not a Power Ranger dude myself, personally. I was not one of them. I've said before, though, I did understand the Pink Ranger. I understood that. I had a deep understanding of the Pink Ranger. Oh, no. Cricket, careful. Careful, stay on topic. Panel container, so we're going to say item. Item, UI item. Let's go ahead and put this in scene, and then we're going to dedicate a scene for UI, because UI very quickly gets out of control. UI item, save it. Good. Okay, so now we have the grid container. Let's instantiate a UI item into the said grid container. There it is, teensy tiny, down in the corner. Teensy tiny. Now, texture rect is a subviewport. You know what we're going to do? We're going to cheat, and we're just going to have every single one of these nodes in our player controller in our subviewport. How's that? How you like them apples? Reset, so there they are. So now our texture rect should be showing the subviewport. And somehow do we need a camera in the subviewport in order for this to work right? Yes. The answer is yes. Okay. There is our stuff. And I guess we bring it up a little bit. We bring it in a little bit. We can flatten the projection by going like this and then just moving the camera really far back. Like way back. There we go. That's not bad. So then we go forward. Now, if we go back to texture rect, we are still somehow not showing anything. Current on. Subviewport. Brosif. I don't know why it's not showing it, even though it should be. We're just going to trust that everything's okay. I mean, this sub viewport looks right to me. Do we want to be? We want to be transparent, right? So we're transparent. Now, if we go back over to game, there we go. So then we're super big. And so this is where we're going to adjust the size of our said viewport. Oh, Nike. There we go. Now we go back to game. Now we're not so big. Let's run the game. Game. And we don't see anything. Great. Why not? Is it... Bros. Why don't we see anything? Why don't we see anything? Why are we seeing, like, blocks and stuff, too? Let's add a label in this, and we'll just say hello. And I think what we need is our projection. Display window, we need to go, mode is canvas item. Keep aspect ratio. Is that... There we go. Okay. It's looking like something now. Again, I don't know why the blocks are showing up that way. I don't quite understand that. Because we are VR. We are VR. Canvas cull. So we could do some culling. If we do our grid map, cell, isn't there culling elsewhere that we could do? Canvas cull. I don't know. I don't know why I was seeing those blocks. Would be fun to jam. This is the best look so far. I just noticed that you keyed out your head. 4.7 offset transform enabled is a godsend. Use that for my Twitch overlay. Oh, okay. Well, why did they not include size? Offset transform enabled. Okay. I just noticed you keyed out your head. Yeah, yeah. Don't we all want a nice UI? Like, how the hell do you animate the size of a container with tweens? Oh, dude, don't even get me started. Animation, doing animated stuff in... the trick is containers. You can animate within a container. Or is it that you can animate... I forget. You can animate the container, but not anything in it without all kinds of things going wrong. It's one or the other. I want to animate the container. That's what I'm wrong about. Yeah, so you can't animate the container, I don't think. Is this jam a whole month? Yes, but it's because I'm only able to stream on the weekends. It's only going to be, what, 4 weeks, 3 times 4. So not very many days I can do this for. 9 days. Or, 12 days. Especially with the new offset transform. I'd like to offset your transform, if you catch my meaning. I would like to offset your transform. So why are the blocks in the way? Tell me why. Can we move where we are in 3D space for the sub viewport? Canvas cull mask. Transform visibility. I don't know what this means, bros. If I do something like this, what are we doing? Why are the blocks there? Let's look at the scene. Control, grid container. There's our sub viewport. The sub viewport has no 3D space. Let's look at own world 3D. That's what we want. Environments. We're just going to do a light, a directional light, and we're just going to blast light at these items. There we go. There we go. We fixed it. Okay, so now we have our iconography for our different items. So we just have to kind of build out that. Now we can use our, we can switch items. Minecraft is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? It's all that stuff. How many items do we have right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 items. Okay. So we'll hotkey them to the bottom. Essentially, the goal is to tween the container size to a new calculated size from its content. Yeah, for me, I have started to just not use Godot UI. Like with the game I'm working on with Greg, I've built an upgrade system that uses no Godot UI. And it's pretty cool. It's pretty dynamic. You can, yeah, it's neat. I don't want to get into that too much. Although I could use it in this. I could. So let's try and fix the issue of our resolution. If we fix the size of our objects, because this will increase the resolution of the thing, but it also makes it larger, right? And so what we want to do is to be able to compress the actual container down into a fixed size. I've done this before. I did this before. I just don't remember how. I feel like we did. I don't remember. But I mean, we could do minimum size, right? But that's not maximum. So fit width, tile, keep centered, keep aspect. It might have been aspect. Might have been aspect. What happens now? Scoop, Scooby Doop, Scooby Doop, Doop Doop. Make way for King Taco. We have something here. Can we set somehow squish? So we don't have a maximum size either. We do have size here though. Can I do something here? No, it just gets pushed out based on that. Center is probably a good idea. Let's get rid of that label. 4.7 as maximum. Of course it does. That's useful. Of course it does. I mean, what I could do is set the size. No, it won't let me set the size. Once again, that would be useful. We don't want that. I know this makes some sense for somebody. Right? Like, I get that it makes sense for somebody somewhere. Somewhere out there beneath the pale moonlight. Someone's thinking of me. I guess what we could do is I could do H box, or it's a V box. Not a V scroll bar, dude. V box. Put it in here. Delete. Set the Current ratio. Now we're up in the corner. Grid container is all shoved over. We're going to go ahead and full size this. Expand. Panel container. Why are we shoved up in the corner again? Because of the V-box. Control. Do that. Put it up here. And then we're going to shove that like that. Can we change the ratio to be more? No. It won't let us. What about if we change the ratio here to be less than? Nope, it won't let us. Ugh. All right. We're not going to worry about this anymore. We spent too much time on this. We're going to set the sub viewport. Is there anything in the sub viewport that we can do? Update. Always. 128. Okay. Now we've disappeared. Why? What happened? Is this because we are... Do we need to expand ourselves to our limits? Nope. Did we... Is the thing doing it now? No. Why are we so tiny? What happened? Panel container. Panel. Expand. Maybe we want to expand. I don't know. Is the sub viewport pointing to the wrong thing? No. Texture rect pointing to sub viewport? Yes. Oh, we're doing fit width. Okay. So now we've broken it again. Way to go, Cricket. Put it inside the V-box. Okay. So that's good. We can expand. Okay, let's get this back in centered. Okay, good. So now what we need for UI item is we're going to call this inventory item. And we're going to make a UI inventory item. And we're going to attach the scripts. UI inventory item, panel container, scene. Oh, UI item. Okay, so we're going to rename. LSP failed to parse. Okay. I don't care. Rename. Dude, the Godot UI is one of those things where every time I think I have it, I think Justin had said this too. Which, let me do a shout out to Justin. But I feel like every time I have it, I don't. Sid, what's up? Okay, so we'll hotbar every possible item. UI inventory item. We're just going to have an enumerator on this. Class name. UI. Inventory item. And then we're going to have an enumerator, enum type. And we're just going to do our items. So we've got hammer, mallet, pickaxe, lantern, saw, shovel. My hope is to have all of this stuff in, and then most of this, we got to get to halfway point, and then we start cutting, right? That's the rule. Most of this needs to have Johnny Waffles. Johnny Waffles, you son of a bitch. Psh, right? Func. Set type. Type value. Type. Void. Okay, so when we set type, we also need to have references to those types. And this is, we're just being super lazy about this. There's a bazillion other ways to do this, but we don't care about that. And so what we're going to do is we're going to steal the same thing we did for the player controller. All these exports, we're just going to grab them. Go over to UI inventory item, put our exports in here. And then we'll have a big ass match statement for type. Match value type hammer. And then what we do is we're going to go through every single one of these sons of biscuits, just like we do in the player controller. We're going to set them all invisible to start with. And I guess we can do that on ready, but we'll do it on set type just to be safe. There we go. And then what we can do, we'll just paste all these guys again.
Oh, that's cool.
Go like this.
Cool? Yeah,
Thornity.
Cool. You think it's cool? It's cool. It's not cool.
Thornity, thank you so much for the raid. I've been working on the tree game since the start of this year, and I needed a break, so I'm working on a jam. Mentally, I am exhausted. So we're making a Minecraft-vania. And we'll see how this goes. Could be a total disaster. We have the room editor going. We have a map editor going, so we can connect multiple rooms on the map. We have the main game scene going, where we bake all of the rooms together into the overworld, so to speak. It's primarily going to be in a dungeon. You're going to be working your way out of the dungeon. Cave network dungeon thing. But with Minecraft, first person perspective, Minecraft blocks, that kind of thing. Welcome in. What are you working on, Thornity? How is your stream? I see all of your, what do they call them on Twitch? What are the little TikTok videos on Twitch called? What do they call them? Do they call them shorts? Shorts? What do they call them? Well, thank you. Welcome in, everybody. Normally, I'm working on a game where you cut down a tree. That's literally the game idea. But that's definitely coming along. Clips on Twitch. That's what I'm talking about. But Thornity, if you're not following Thornity, you should. Thornity is a very successful, I guess you could say developer and producer of video games, I feel like you end up following under like a big umbrella with a lot of the games that you're involved in. B tier content. Spend time watching cricket. Yes. The guy who's never released anything. Watch him. That's what you want to do, everybody. Well, that's not true. Not released anything. I haven't released anything to sell. That's going to change soon though. I've got some stuff in the oven. The stuff I'm working on that I want to sell is not that I think is going to come out first. I'm not streaming the development of it. Watch the journey, support the journey. We'll see. Will I have the tearful successful story? We'll see. The tear-filled crying moments of happiness. Okay, so now we have we can set type, and basically it hides all the other items and then shows only the one we want. Oh, all these falses need to be true, BT dubs. So let's go ahead and change that really quick. So false, true. There we go. Okay, so that we can do. So let's just set up our hotbar. Right now we're just going to fix it to be set numbers. So we're just going to add 1. I guess we'd say hotbar 1. And so on. And we need all the way up to 8 right now. 2, 3. So what we're doing to design this game is we're just getting all of our mise en place in order. And we're making it so that we can test our abilities, come up with our abilities and all that stuff. So once we design what our player is going to have fully unlocked, and we go, okay, we're going to have this one, and it's going to be able to do this. Like, I want a Tears of the Kingdom go through the ground tunneling thing, right? And in this, you're going to primarily be working your way up. You're trying to get to the overworld. That's the whole thing. And instead of, in Minecraft, you can defeat, but you craft and you break blocks, right? So we're not going to be doing that. You're going to be using the abilities you have. Some of them will allow you to break blocks, but it's not like you're going to be breaking blocks, taking those blocks, and then crafting with those blocks. We're trying to keep into the Metroidvania spirit, so what you're trying to do is explore, find the next ability that allows you to explore more. What's the gating mechanic that I would say in the most abstract terms, there is basically a linear path, but the outer bounds get bigger as you do it. So what happens is you explore, you find that you can't go anywhere further until you get new ability or new thing X. New thing X lets you go further. Now you find that you're kind of like, I'm reaching a limit here. I'm seeing places that I can't get to. New thing X won't let me do it. Then you get new thing Y, and new thing Y lets you move beyond that. And the real problem with Metroidvanias is backtracking and expecting the player to maintain a mental model of the world and the components within it that they then go, aha. The loop, the bigger loop of the Metroidvania is the aha moment. And if you're a player who doesn't like that, then they're not for you. So that's kind of the thing that makes a Metroidvania, in my opinion. I feel like you can do that with anything, though. It doesn't have to be 2D, 3D. It could even be a puzzle game where you get a new thing that you can do, and now you can push new blocks away. And I actually think that's what John Blow's doing with his new game. It's like it's Sokoban style, and you're in these like realms, and eventually you break out of those realms, and now existing realms that you do, suddenly you have this other ability that you then can use inside that realm as well. And it flips the script on the whole game. I believe that's what he's doing with his. I could be wrong. So now we're setting the buttons for our hotbar here. Hotbar 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Okay, so, and an 8. Okay, so we've got our hotbar. Now we need to do our input press. We don't need to, we're going to go here, func, input events. If event is action pressed. And we can tell LSP is broken right now because we don't have our autofills in. So I'm going to close reopen. And go back. There we go. So hotbar 1, and we're just going to get this going once, and then we'll go from there. So we have UI, and UI has inventory items. We're going to add inventory items to UI, to a specific place in UI, which is right here, grid container, hotbar, grid container. And then so export var hotbar is going to be a grid container like that. And then we go and we say, uh-oh. Ooh, Godot, man. Super sensitive. You changed something too fast. I'm going to crash. I'm going to crash. So parse error on room. What do we got? 14, unexpected indent. So we didn't finish something in our game code. We see a big X there anyways. And let's go over to room. Oh, everything's breaking on us right now. Oh, yeah. That would do it. And we got our indent block. And now we have hotbar. So we assign hotbar. We lost our change here. Change it to hotbar again. Save. Drag it in. Now we have a reference to hotbar. That's not, we don't have to do any scene traversal for it. So then we say, for the hotbar, we're just going to set this up initially. This isn't how it's going to be in the final game, but we'll set up a ready. And then once again, our LSP is shit the bed. We can tell. This is getting a little annoying. Sometimes this happens with Godot. Sometimes it's crashing all the time for me, and it's really a pain in the ass. Okay, so for each inventory item, we're going to set type. We have to create the element as well. And I guess we're going to have an index. So we're going to have a var and hotbar items, we'll call it. And hotbar items is going to be an array of UI inventory item. And then we're going to say hotbar. We have to do this without any autocomplete append. We have to create the items. And so we're going to say var. And we have to have a lookup. And so this is looking more and more like this needs to be in a config file. So we're going to move this into here. And the enumerator, named enumerator, this is now item type. And then over here, same thing. This becomes from type to item type. So set type is now item type. So now we can use item type all over the place. And it's actually config item type, right? Because we can't just Dude, and you can do this. You can set a class called item type and then have an unnamed enumerator so that you could say item type and use that anywhere. But we're not doing that. So now anywhere that says type, we could. S type and config item type. Okay, so we're refactored and we're going back over here and still got this shitty error message. Oh, Godot crashed on us. That's why it's not updating. Dear God, Godot is just not happy with what I'm doing. Part of this is because it's a tool, right? So this is what I was saying is if our game is a tool, we're going to run into some weirdness, and that's why this is crashing so much right now. So it's kind of a bummer that that ends up being the case. We're going to close reopen one more time. There we go. var. Okay. So what we want to do is create our items. And I suppose what we could do is for can I find item type? It's right there, bro. Oh, how about if we don't misspell it? There we go. Okay, so we can get each of our values of item type, the enumerated values, and then iterate on that, right? So for config dot item type, and this is item type in, we go config item type get I think it's get keys, right? Is it get keys or get values? So now we have an item type. And then what we do is we say var UI inventory item UI inventory item new. Okay, save. So we have our new inventory item, and then we say UI inventory item. And what is the class called? Set type. Set type. And we just say item type. Easy enough. Then we say, now we need to add the child to, we have to put it on our scene. Godot crashed again. How about we just close the scene out when we're working on it? I just saw a YouTube thumbnail of you on my front page and I did a double take. Like I clicked away and then I was like, was that me? And I hit back and I was like, nah, it's another white dude. That's funny. I saw Thornady was working on F it, I'm telling you everything video. I was watching the stream or something. And I was like, oh, that's gonna be a good one. So hotbar grid container. And game is busted right now. And it wants us to append to something that's not there. Let's close and reopen game, see what's going on. What's going on? 16 get keys does not exist. Is it just keys? Get values? Another parse error. Statics function give value not found on base config item type. What is it on a dictionary, guys? Godot dictionary. Oh, it's just keys and values. I thought it was get. There we go. And I think Godot just crashed. No. How you doing, Dustin? Going to assume I wasn't too chaotic yesterday. I had to ignore a lot of what you were saying, and I apologize for that. But no, I don't think so. Let me do a shout out to Medusa. I'm feeling the Holy Spirit in this one, guys. The gem Holy Spirit is flowing through me right now. You know what I mean? I am a conduit to the making of this game. I will be right back. I've got to go get some something to drink. You should do drugs, I mean jams. The funness is meta organizing middle part if you can make it a game. The prophecy shall be fulfilled. So I actually snapshotted a portion of the book that I'm reading that spoke to me and that hits that. I know what you mean because my ADHD makes me believe at the start of a new project that it's the most fun thing ever I've done in my life. Oh, yeah. Weirdly, though, Greg, with our project, that hasn't happened to me. It's mostly been like, okay, it needs this. Okay, it needs this. Okay, it needs this, which is actually kind of a good thing. Because I think that the project that I'm working on with Greg, I think the inverse is going to happen, where initially it's kind of this weird little slog, and then suddenly it's going to be like, oh, here we go. Okay. I do that all the time. My brain is like, oh, sounds the same. Full send it. Oh, I see. For there. My phone automatically does that to me. Dude, my phone, it will not put in a, you know, it used to auto apostrophe I'm. And now I have to put in the damn apostrophe every time. Otherwise it says im. So every time I write I'm, I have to stop, move back, and do the apostrophe. And it drives me insane. I'd rather it might be my fault. Gotcha. But I'm bumped. No, what I mean is, I'm not talking about like a new project is fun so much as I just like with the volleyball or the inner tube game, I feel like I know exactly what I'm doing here. And everything I'm doing is like, okay, now I need to do this. 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 And a lot of times when you're really deep into game development, it's not so much. And a lot of that has to do with at the beginning of a project, there's no friction or anything. But really it is like, I know what I'm going to make here. And so I'm going to try and make it. So we set item types. We're going to append the item type to hotbar. And then because we're using the keys, so let's just print item type. But like with the project with Greg, for instance, there's like this idea I had for something. And it's like, okay, I know what I want it to look like, but I'm not quite sure how to achieve it. And so that's like, okay, this is going to take a minute. Which is fine, because we got through it. Trying to assign value of type 16. So is it values? Let's try that. Yes. Our base object nil. Oh, we need this to be a reference to the scene. UI inventory item. Copy UID. Go back over to game. And then we're going to do a const UI inventory item packed scene preload. Dude, how do you explore the universe in this game? Sorry, I got to get my factories going. Playing that paperclip one. Trying to learn about these games, guys. Okay, we're making clips again, guys. We're making the clips. I'm launching probes. Here's what I'm doing. Hang on. This is what I'm playing right now. So I got a lot of paper clips, as you can see. Anyways, we're getting there. Yeah, we don't totally know what it looks like, but we'll have a good. Yeah. Going back, couldn't find the verse in the book I had mentioned. If anyone was like, well, is he gonna post it? The pictures I took were multiple paragraphs. Uh-oh. I think that's what drives a lot of people, helps bring a project to fruition, the envision. The real problem is, okay, like in real life, when you're working on something, generally, there is a visual. Now, this isn't true in like a work environment where you're just like producing outputs for a company, right? And it's like I don't know. There's very little feeling a connection. I have achieved this thing. I can see back and look and see the change, right? But like with our garden in our yard at my house, it's like, oh, we need to do this. And so you do that. And it's like, okay, now we need to do this. And then you do that, right? And then once you're done, you look and you see, oh, we've got a garden. Everything's planted. It looks beautiful. We've improved it for next time. But it's like you've got this plot of land and you're like, okay, I need to build a house. And then a lot of times it's like, oh, the wall is in the wrong spot. And you have to take the whole thing down. And then, and that's not how you build a house, right? You have a floor plan and everything. But a lot of this stuff, it's like you really can't do it that way. And some people will lie to you and tell you you can. And I guess maybe you can have like a really small GDD. I don't know. But it just feels like sometimes there's like unpredictable outcomes where, oh, we're going to get it on Steam now. Oh, translations. Oh, shit. I needed to have done this, but I didn't. So now I've got to change this. And, oh, crap. Now that means this is broken and, or it doesn't quite work right. And so I've got to do this and so on and so on and so on. And so that's more true to the real world, I think. Of like when you're doing a game and and sometimes it's like you're just living in some weird thing about an accessibility problem or something about the controller inputs versus the mouse inputs. Who knows? And it can just get really, sometimes really tedious. So the hotbar, we're going to pin that, but now what we want to do is on hotbar, add children, the item. And instead of a new UI inventory item, we're going to replace this with the pack scene. Growling, what's up? Okay, there we go. So we have our items. They're kind of crappy looking, but we have a hotbar showing them. And there they are on the bottom. The scaling and everything isn't how we want it. We know that we can look at... We did something to fix this in our tree game. With a wet bar? Yeah, hell yeah. Coding with a wet bar. We need some sort of a way of indicating what our current item is. So now let's get our buttons for the hotbar to actually do something, which is what we were doing over here. Now we have a reference to the item, right? So what we can do, what we also need to do now is on our player controller, we need to expose and I suppose we could actually do this on player controller and not in game. Unless we need something to say, hey, you've chosen this hotbar. Maybe we should keep it on the player controller for now. But then we won't have a reference to... This is why people use singletons. So we're going to have a function called change item or set item. Item Okay, I know how I'm gonna do the sort of biomes as well. We're just gonna use color. Now that my brain is all wrapped around incrementals right now that I'm totally imagining how this could become an incremental game. Torch. wrench. All I see is incrementals in my mind. They're everywhere. Okay. Godot actually does really globals really well. It's Dustin a werewolf. Not playing incrementals is decremental to your health. We the incremental mafia. I think incrementals are one and done. You play one and you're done with it, right? And then you play another and you're done with it. And so if you like incrementals, you're always on the lookout for the next one. So in that way, it's the incremental game that is the next play, right? Let me put my glasses, my spectacles. My son's always grabbing my microphone and messing it up. I had one take me a full year. Holy Moses. The key is to make sure it takes more than 2 hours, right? Right. Damn. That is awesome, Growling. Growling, we need to get you confirmed as a playtester for a game that I'm making with Second. If you would be so graceful as to grace us with your incremental knowledge, we would greatly appreciate your abilities. Okay. It's exactly that. Mungalo, what's up? I almost didn't see you mixed in there with Growlings. You're the same font color for me. Any brainstorming? So the way that I'm going to do, most Metroidvanias have like a map that shows like different colors to indicate this is sort of this zone. And that's also a hint to the player that that's like, oh, X ability got me to that area or something, right? So the way that I think I'm going to do that is there's going to be a general color temperature and a grading to a room so that when you're in there, it's like, oh, this has a green hue and it looks toxic. I'm in XYZ zone. And then you go into another one and then suddenly it's like cool colors and everything. And you're like, oh, I must be in this zone or whatever. So, but what I really need is ability ideas that tie into the whole block thing in Minecraft. So I have an idea of like a Fausto-Ra, like some sort of like Kamehameha thing that just explodes bricks or blocks of a certain type. So I definitely want to have that in it. And then, of course, we need like you can jump really high thing. So maybe we do that with the shovel. It's like a Shovel Knight bounce thing where you jump and then you look down and you press the shovel button as you're about to hit the ground and that like shoots you up. Is it Kamehameha? It'll be certain block types that you can Kamehameha. You'll see them and you'll be like, I can Kamehameha those. And you'll be like, and then all those blocks explode. And now that area is opened up, right? And you get that Kamehameha because you got it from something. And it's like, I got a Kamehameha. You're on the same page as me. Oops. That's why it's breaking so much. It's tools, man. All right, let's see how far along we are in this. Non-existent function, game 28. Player controller set function. Absolutely has. Player controller set item has set item. Non-existent function. Broseph, I don't know what you're talking about. There's player controller. Oh, it's not assigned. So it should say null value. It's giving us the wrong error. There we go. So now we can change our item. So this is like we have everything unlocked, basically. Let's say. And the torch should be emitting some sort of light. So we want to set that up. We want to be able to be in a dark room. So we want to set that up. So let's go ahead and put ourselves in a dark room. We'll create a room that's dark. And we'll load this room. And we'll just slap some walls on it. Slap some walls, man. And here's where we instantly are going to want to be able to do things that we don't have serialization for. But I'm not going to concern myself with it just yet. So gravel. And now we're going to be able to track where we are fairly easily because we have a row number here. Did they do any work to improve grid container? 0. So we're going to go all the way up to 31. And I don't see anything. Yeah, we're going to need a player controller that allows us to do this. We need to be able to do this in the game. Another possibility is to just proc gen. We have to be able to iterate fast. So I think what we might want to do is set it up. 32 is too big. I think 16 is the way to go. We need smaller chunks. So we'll do 16 and then we'll build micro. Some of them will be room size and then some will stitch together into a, well, I don't know. Let me test enclosed. Okay, so we have an enclosed room. Let's go back, open up the room editor. And I'll just try building a small 16 by 16 sized room. Wonder if I can just take we can kind of cheat by expanding our field of view to make the room seem bigger than it is too. Now there is the fill option. Here we go. So if there we go. So we could say fill. Ah. So we go to 15, perspective, top view, fill. There we go. And now we just need to change our axis, right? So if I go like this, and I say duplicate, and then I rotate, hell yeah. Here we go. We just need to change our level back down to 0. There we go. We're learning. He's beginning to believe. Did I do it right? No. So we do negative 16. Why is it pushing itself up when I go over? It's hard for me to tell where this is in space. Oops. So C is duplicate. C, and then we want to rotate around the Y, so S. Look at this. C. Okay. So now we have a contained room. And if our directional light casts shadows, which I don't have it doing here, but it will in the thing, then we can have a 16 by 16 room. Which even this feels pretty gargantuan. So we're going to stick with that. This is big. This is plenty big. So we have a 16 by 16. Let's go back to the map editor. And we're going to change some of the code here to handle room size. And instead of saying room size from here, we're going to grab it from config. So room size will be a const from config. Okay. And we're going to make it 16. And if we go back over to map editor, instead of resource room size, config room size. Okay. We're going to go back to the map editor, and we're going to change this to, first we're going to dump this one. And then we're going to quick load 16 by 16. Save. Close and reopen map editor. Now, map editor didn't do anything. It should be updating. Which makes you think something is dying on it. Call method clear on null value. And for some reason, we've lost reference to grid map. So if we close reopen map editor, it should be working now. There we go. So we have that. Now if we go back to game and we bake again, build rooms. There we go. Oh, build rooms doesn't clear. Oh, it doesn't clear all the children. So build rooms, room grid maps in rooms. So we do that. We're queue freeing. So those are just pointers. We need to free the actual thing. So what we want to do is instead of rooms, we say rooms node. Still isn't doing it. Cannot find room size in I'm feeling good about this. It's going to be tough to walk away from this. I'll admit. In resource room, game 54. We took care of it. Clear this out. Close, reopen. 22 set type. Invalid call set type. Attempt to call on a method placeholder instance. Check if the script is in tool mode. See, this is why this is gonna suck. Because of the tool stuff. Build rooms. We crash. 46, there was an error. Get children. Build rooms. Okay. Still not getting rid of it though. It shows only the one grid map. Oh no. I wonder. IQ freed it. Oh no. We have ghosts. Ghost of the machine. Now, is it because grid map is not a tool? No, it's got to be the map editor. Map TRS. What is game using? Map TRS. It shows the one. So why? Okay, so we're inside a pit. So why do we show other rooms? even when we're running. Let's go to room editor. I bet it's this. No? So interestingly, map editor's not doing it. We're using a single grid map there. Okay, so that's weird. It's going all right, Miss Cricket. How are you? Okay, I think I know what's going on. Man, Medusa with a streak. Do I win something? I don't know. Do you? Do any of us? Oh, I bet. Here's the problem. Okay. So how do I clear? How can I just clear this whole thing out? So how do I select? both spaces. How are you supposed to pick anything and delete it? How am I supposed to delete this stuff? We got one left.
Oh, that's cool. Cool? Yeah, cool. You think it's cool? It's cool. It's not cool.
Who's rating me? I appreciate it. I'm a floating head right now. There we go. Zed. Oh, dude, Zed, you shouldn't have you shouldn't have rated me, man. I am not. Zed's chill. No. I'm like I'm doing my like streamer grifter thing right now. This is embarrassing. Zed's coming over to my house. It's all a mess. I have to like pick up after myself. It's like stuff all over on the floor and everything. Welcome in, everybody. Yeah, we're doing a Metroidvania. I'm trying to do like a weird combination of a Minecraftvania. And so the idea here is that we're going to instead of we're taking out from Minecraft, you're usually collecting bricks and you're crafting. We're taking that out, and the abilities that you get will allow you to do things to the bricks when you're playing. So that's the Metroidvania aspect of it. Your abilities allow you to manipulate the bricks so you can go to new areas, eliminate hazards, and all that kind of stuff. And I want to like Fausto Raw thing from Skyrim or a Hadouken, where you can just like Hadouken bricks and blow them up of a certain type. And then like a Tears of the Kingdom, like you can jump through bricks or something. So that kind of thing. So Metroidvania month is a jam. It's going away, which is one of the reasons why I'm doing it. I think this is the third to the last, and then it's going away. The guy who's running it's finally like, I got to take a break because he does it every month. But how's your stuff going along, Zed? What have you been working on? So we've got a room editor and we've got a map editor, and we're working on we bake the game. So once we have our map and our rooms all set up, we bake the game scenes out. Right now we're working on we're going to work on the lantern and light. And can we have a like a completely dark room that we then source with? We've got our different like things that we can cycle through and whatnot. So we're going to try and have a truly dark room with there's a bunch of stuff we have to do for the room. So when you go into different rooms, the ambient lighting and everything changes. I haven't got any of that stuff in, and we're trapped into this like cube. I was making a chip 8 emulator in C++, just a fun thing. Nice. Chip 8. Is that like a predating the 6502? Oh yeah, this was like oh man. Yeah, 1977. So 2600 using this? I don't even know what the 2600 had. That was my first video game memory. Was I was at a like family friend, their house. I'd never visit them again. It was the first and only time I visited them. It was like a portable home, and the room was all fake wood paneling, and the television had the fake wood with the knobs, and on the screen was combat for the 2600. And my life was forever changed at that moment. I was like, there's more than just the outside. There's this other stuff. I'm paying that classic paperclip incremental game on the other screen here. This is what we got going on here. So it's like an old incremental game. It's like a beloved one apparently. So I'm just doing it to understand those things. Those darn incrementals. Gotta run. I just moved, so lots of unpacking to do. Have a good one. Zed, thank you so much. Yeah. And I hope you're doing good. Hope the work on the Zed's always doing something fun. If you're not following Zed, you really should be. Very talented programmer. Doing all kinds of stuff. Also made a new kind of like a markdown language for making doing like slideshows, PowerPoint, if you want to call it, which is really cool. And his video quality, his video fidelity, I am super jealous of. So I hate his guts for that. Congratulations on that. Let's put the light on this thing. Player controller. We're going to turn off everything but lantern. I'm going to add a light to lantern. Hey, buddy. How you doing?
I'm going for 1G and do the and open up the playroom and do stuff, like random stuff.
You're gonna do some random stuff.
Yeah, like really random stuff.
Okay.
Why are you going up that?
Because I want to do.
Okay, so let's go. I'm sorting your laundry too, okay?
Effects. Fire. Let's check out what we can do with fire. Check out our effects. We got a bunch of effects that we can put into this shit. Is there anything for just like a glowing flame? No. What about all right, so we're not going to use any of that. We'll just go ahead and clear out some of this stuff. Player controller. Actually, we could use this fire effect is probably perfect for the torch. So let's put that on torch. So if the torch is active, I'm going to put fire on it. Move that up here. Look at that. Bam. Let's go into the game. And torch is what, 7? Oh, snap. Okay. Booyah. We got a torch. Okay. We'll take it. Now we need a light source for said torch. So let's go ahead and add a child node of light. And we're just going to do an omni light. We're going to match the same position. Let's go ahead and put it under fire. And then reset the transform of it. And then we'll just definitely want this to emit light. Do something like a yellow light source. And we'll do it. We'll have it push out shadows. Why not? And let's go like this. There we go. So now we've got a light source. Let's go ahead and turn off the ambient light of our environments. And now, look at this. Okay. So yeah, torch should probably not do as much as the lantern. Even though the lantern's a candle. Real lanterns have a wick. This person's obviously, like, you've got an oil wick. I don't know. Did they have candle lanterns back in the day? Maybe. Guess we could change the energy of the light. So, boom. Come over here, bump the energy up. And then can we do range? So we can bump the range up. And then, of course, we could add a shader or something to, or not a shader, but we could do some stuff to like make it flicker and whatnot. Right now it's real static. We could do a drop off as well. So it has more, if we do more range and we reduce energy, right? Then we have like a little bit more of like, you can see further back. Now, interestingly, I think the light is actually casting a shadow on our torch, which doesn't make any sense. So I think we're going to cheat. And we need that, right? If we push it in front, we're going to have a big shadow from the torch. So I think we need to not have it. We need a coal mask, but I don't know how to do this with meshes and stuff, right? I think it's on the mesh level. So if we have this, it's on visual instance 1. So if we go back to player controller, Omnilight, and call it. See, I don't know. Let's turn shadow off. Bogorli, what's up? So the lantern, I love the idea that you got to put the lantern away in order to do something as well. Okay. So we know we can do that. Let's go ahead and build another room. So we're going to go to room editor. And we're going to load a 16 by 16. And we're going to just tear down the walls. Mr. Gorbachev! We're gonna go with 15, I think, is the ceiling. Yep. And then I guess we'll go rotate. How do I change the axis of the what I'm selecting? Because we're only on one axis right now. This is cursor. So I'm blue, so I'm on the Z axis. Does anyone know how to change the axis? Godot. Grid map. Change. Selection. Axis. Use the tool, the top toolbar menu. X, Y, and Z. X, Y, and Z. Nope. Don't believe his lies. AI is wrong. Imagine that. It got it wrong? How? All right, I got to use the restroom. I'll be right back. How you doing, Vex? O'Gorley? Maybe people will call it direction. No, that's for the tile. Sorry. Back at it. I don't want to change what I'm painting. I want to change the word. Keyword I'm using is selection. X, C, and V. Nope. This is stupid. God, this is terrible. Is this improved? Is the grid map editor improved in what is it, 4.7? I think we might want to move over to 4.7 just for this. Vertex snapping. Nope. Fuck. Ah. Are they now the same? Man. Oh, this is trash right now. I think we're gonna have to do some work on the I take the hat off. Now I'm just a floating head. Need a break, guys. Got to do some work on the map editor. It's slow as molasses. So how do we speed up this? What we do is we need to hash the room grid map. Can we get a hash of the grid map? Let's find out. Does grid map give us that automatically? Who knows? I didn't build this engine. No hash. However, we can make a hash out of used cells, an array. But that's just a hash of whether or not the cell has been used. We could check by individual items. So if we happen to change the cell value, that's what the baking is for the game stuff, though. But let's look at dictionary and see if we can get a hash of a dictionary. Because we can make a dictionary that we can then refer to the hash by. Yes. Okay. There's our answer. So we create a dictionary that is the vector coordinates and the integer value for the used cells. We hash it, and then anytime we see a change, we compare the hash of each grid map and have a lookup of our own. And if it's different, then we say, okay, let's clear that out and just that area, and then build anew. That seems fair. So we got to create a hash lookup. Var hash lookup. Now, interestingly, we can save the grid map, save the world. So hash lookup. How does this work? Hash lookup is going to be a dictionary itself of vector 3i with another dictionary. And that dictionary is going to have our answers. Okay. Minnie, how are you doing? Okay, I'll be right back. Gotta get rid of that paperclip game. It's gonna do me in. Oh, what if I did the glasses on the outside? Then I would just have floating glasses. It's distracting me too much. There we go. We have floating glasses now. Nat keeps talking about the paperclip game. That's weird. Yeah, I just kind of looked up like favorite incremental games. And that's the one that came up. Incognito. I look like any right-leaning person on X profile picture right now. That's okay. Now my glasses are floating outside my head. Can I get this to match? There we go. If I could do that, that would be cool. Have it go like this. And then just but this is all right. Okay. So I'm gonna try something. This can be a complete waste of time. But we need to, I'm telling you, the map performance is terrible. It's awful. So we have to create a hash. Get used cells. Returns an array. So if we for loop that, and then we say dictionary cell equals grid map get cell item cell. There's our hash. So now we can get a hash of the room, but it still might be actually quite slow. What we need to do is cache the grid map. And we need to know when it changes. So keep going. I need a green scarf. Why is it fast right now? That's weird. Huh. What did I do here? Oh. Is that it? Why would that make anything faster? Ah, something's funky. Something's funky, man. Let's go over to game. Now the game isn't building from the map. Even though I have two rooms. They're in the same spot. Oh, so they're not doing an offset. Cell position. We're doing a current world position, but we're not moving the grid map to that position. Why is it suddenly fast? I wrote that hash thing. I didn't even get to use it. Now everything's fast again. That's weird, right? Well, I'm not going to complain. I was in it for the long haul there, but apparently I don't have to do it now. I don't quite understand why. You know what? I'm going to reload Godot. I just don't believe it. Don't believe it, not one bit. Let me do a shout out to Jacob. Jacob, busting ass. Doing jams up the wazoo. Partially inspired by Jacob to do this. Okay, so we have the two rooms. So in the room editor, when we load 16 by 16, we need a hole over here. Problem is, again, the grid map is actually really shitty to edit with. There's a hole. Save room. So we have a hole on that side. Load room. Now we need a hole. No. So load does not clear room editor. We need to clear the grid map. When we load. There we go. And the z-axis, so over here is where we want the hole. So we go back to grid map. And then we're going to save this. Go back to the map editor. Now there should be a little gap, right? So then we bake the rooms. And I guess we turn on the torch or the lantern. And I don't see him. Map editor showing it. The game did not bake. Build rooms. There it goes. Lantern. It's right in here. Save the game. There we go. I guess I had to save the room. And I think too high, we would need to be big enough to go through this, right? So let's update the player controller to handle that. So we're going to make our collision shape a little bit shorter than what we are right now. So let's change our height to 1.9. There we go. Now we can get through there. We can kind of jump. Okay. Full on gangster invisible. Yeah, dude. Just shout out to Fira. Planetary Die. Check them out. Focusing on a single game. Gonna release it. Make millions. And bail. Yep, I'm covered in lettuce leaves right now. Let's try and get the actual map the map going. So make a new scene here called map. And what we're going to do for this is we're going to have another scene that is just a mesh. I'm just a mesh. And we're going to create our own mesh. Le quad. Le box. And a mesh override. So we'll have different materials. Override materials. And we'll do transparency. How do we do... You know what? We're going to use Kenny. Kenny has some textures for debugging. Prototype. And I think what we want is a texture with just the border. We want it to be transparent. So maybe we download Kenny's textures. Oops. Did I choose to donate? How embarrassing. I'm not going to do that, Kenny. Fool. Like I'd pay you for your hard work. What do you think? I'm made of money? I'll get your back, Kenny. When I make my bazillions. Let's look at Godot shaders. And we're going to look for cube. Glowing quab. We have that. Cube mesh glow outline. Spatial. Copy. Let's try it. Shader material. New shader. Cube. Mesh. Glow. Outline. And it don't work. Because it's old. Just want to outline. Sobel outline post-process. Is that what we want? What just happened? Conrad's rating. Oh my God, Conrad. Oh my God, it's Conrad. Conrad's got a game on Steam. You can wish list now. Conrad, how are you doing, buddy? I'm getting back to the future right now, as you can see. I have only so much time until I disappear because I've changed the timeline. There's not much I can do to stop it. Nathir, welcome. Are you coming in with Conrad? We're working on a little jam game for a break from our tree game. So I'm trying to make a Metroidvania. It's like a Minecraft Metroidvania. Rim light. Oh my God. 2D rim light. Whew. Kinky. How about border? Show me what you got. Okay. We have a room editor, which we can edit rooms in. We have rooms because we're making a Metroidvania. This is just a sample. It's crap, right? But we can edit rooms. We have a map editor where we can join rooms together, right? And this is so we can create the world. And we have the game, which is the actual stuff. We've got, we're in the dark. And then we can get out our torch. And we see around us. And it's a little too dark, so we can get out our lantern. See even better. And can come over here. Here's the outside. So we're just working on getting things to be what we want. So we have a basic player controller and stuff. You forgot completely. I said hello, Nathir. I said, did you come in with Conrad? Did you not hear me? And so we're not going to have your standard like block collection and crafting. It's more that you're going to have abilities that allow you to manipulate blocks and traverse, right? So that's what we're going for. And so we're not doing the crafting or anything like that you find in Minecraft. Looking good, boss. Oh, thanks, man. I haven't been able to catch anyone's stream lately, so I'm sorry that I've missed yours as well. I have been quite busy in the real world. And I guess we could do just like standard texture. Can we do something like this? Oops. Let's see, this kind of does what we want. Can we change the scale? Do alpha transparency. And actually, if we do a fixed, what if we just did white? White, which I guess would be gray.
Who taught you how to do this stuff? You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Imhimed, thanks for the follow. Now we can cast it to be any color we want. Look at this. You, all right. I learned it from watching you. God bless America, that's bright. Trying to make the map screen. Can we do... shading? If we get rid of unshade, if we make it unshaded, can we still do transparency? Yes, we can. Whoa. Nathir. Or gifted sub from Medusa for Dustin from Nathir. Thank you so much, Dustin. Conrad can't be gifted. The Renaissance. I love the Renaissance. Father, can we go to the Renaissance fair?
Yes, sweetheart. Of course we can.
Thank you, Father, for the Renaissance. The Renaissance.
You're welcome. Enjoy the Renaissance.
I will, Father. I love the Renaissance. All right, how about this? We're just going to get rid of the damn texture, do color. I want to do an outline for the damn quab. Cube outline. That one doesn't work. I mean, everything's almost there except for one element. So let's try it again. Let's go back here. The Renaissance. How do you do nested second pass, right? Next pass. Same as the first. I'm Henrietta, I am. Henrietta, I am. I got married to the widow next door. She's been buried. Shader material. Quick load. Quab mesh. Expected type hint after. Does that do it? Expected type hint for albedo. Okay, so there's some sort of outline. Shader params. Scale. Why is it scaling my cube? I don't want you touching my cube. I didn't ask you to do anything to my cube. Leave my cube alone.
Stay away from my son.
That's what we want. And then I would like to have the transparency. So I think we need to do, first we need to do our material, because we're living in a material world. But now I can't do, if I do shader, there we go. There's that. Now we go here. And now we do albedo. And then we turn on transparency. God bless America. We do have an alpha. Texture. I'm trying to create the mesh for the map. We're just going to go transparent for now. This is going to suck initially. Anyone interested in teaming up? Go get some food, comrade. Much love to everybody hanging out. I appreciate it. And I'm just trying to look like a complete fool, but it's not working out right now. This might work. I think we might have something just like this. Okay, so if we do this, we just have a space. And we're going to call it map cell or map room. Okay, so we've got map. Map is going to be its own scene. Map is going to have a reference just like game to the resource map. Okay, so we have a reference to map. Be right back. Back again. So now we want to traverse the resource map. It's got rooms, right? For room, which is a Vec3i in. And all we need is the Vec3i. Now we're going to take the UID for the map scene. Or no, what's it called? Map room. Const map room packed scene equals preload bar room cell. Okay, so instantiate room position equals room cell. We add it to the scene. Should be that simple. Looks right. Now I need to put a camera on it. Yeah, what's up, buddy?
Where's the fox ship?
I don't know. I wouldn't know. I'm not playing it, and I wouldn't have touched it. You would?
I remember I didn't put it in.
Odie, I haven't played with it. I haven't touched it.
And I have.
I told you guys, I did tell you guys specifically to have a special place to put it away at, right? Okay. Oh, I didn't. I didn't catch what the conversation was about. I'm on fumes. Okay, so the map screen is going to work out fine. Each cell is going to look like this. We'll be able to color the cells. We're not going to concern ourselves with doing any of that yet. But we can. One thing I would like to try and do is just mess around with if we do front on the cull mode instead of back. That's probably better because we can tell it's the inside of a room. And I guess if we add another room, like what does it look like when one's in front of the other? So let's do one forward on the Z. 16 by 16 open. Add it. Save. We'll go back to map and run it. So kind of harder to tell, but that's why you need to be able to move the camera around. So how do we do camera movement? Q and E for rotate. What is the standard 3D rotational button presses for like a map screen? Ten seconds. 5. What'd you do, Jacob? Give me a link. Keys are strafe. But like, how would you imagine rotating? I guess, would you hold down the 15th? That's not bad, dude. Anything placed higher than that on your individual scores, or did they not do individual? That's really good, dude. I mean, percentage rise, you cut that in half, right? And you're in the 7th, top 7th. Creativity 5th, nice, and gameplay 11th, nice, dude. How would you do a 3D camera rotation, Jacob? Would you like right mouse and drag? Would 3D map navigation in PC games? Well, this is like you bring up a map and you can rotate the map around and look at it. Mouse cursor to the edge of the screen. Rotation, right mouse button and drag, or use Q and E to snap rotate the camera left and right. Pitch and tilt. Hold shift and right mouse button. So if I do right mouse button left and right, that can rotate the map. Well, it's 3D, so you have to kind of be able to look around. Yeah. So right mouse button, I'll do rotate with that. And then shift mouse button up and down. Let's try doing rotate. But that's only one axis. So that's like around, right? Do we hold down shift Q and E to do up and down? Yeah, only problem with middle mouse is laptops. I guess I could just do mouse like edges. I'm gonna do edges. Can't we do get mouse position from viewport? Visible rect size. Justin helps with the raid. Thank you, Justin. How's it going? Justin was here earlier. Irad. I was doing my best Italian accent today, Irad. I'm sure you'd be impressed and pleased. Was not offensive in any way. I'm sure everyone can. How do you spell cricket? Got to know what a crumpet is to understand cricket. Looking back at my score, Jacob did 12th in a jam, most recent jam, 12th or 15th. Looking back at my score, theme interpretation was 79%. Oof, nuked me from orbit. And then audio did a bad job of balancing. I guess spending goo wasn't everything. Everything has a cost. It's goo. The goo that has a cost. I'll save the VOD. I read just desperately Italian accent. I'll show this guy an Italian accent. So we're working on our 3D map for a game here that we're making. I can show you really quick. We're in a dark cave. You can't tell, but we have a torch out now. Now we can tell. Oh, what's that? There's some light out there. Let's follow the light. There we are outside. We also have a, what is it? A lantern, which gives us more light. Come out here. And then we have, you can't really tell right now because of the darkness, but we have like a pickaxe and a hammer and a blah, 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 blah. And so we're making a Metroidvania that is, we're working on a bunch of stuff. We have a map editor so we can make the world, can edit the world. Look at that. Beautiful. Isn't that beautiful? Don't you guys find that to be beautiful? Isn't that beautiful? Don't you guys think that's beautiful? Anyways, so we have a map editor. We have a room editor so we can create rooms. This is day 2 of this. And then we've got a basic player controller going. And right now we're working on the 3D map. So dealing with camera, elements of moving the camera around and stuff like that. And right now I'm working on the math to get the mouse offset from center of the screen viewport so that we can rotate the camera based around the axis, the mouse position. So that's what I'm working on right now. It's beautiful. It's glorious. Let me go over back to map. So right now I'm just concerned about, yeah, we got negative numbers, positive numbers over here, and we're close to 0 here. All right. So we have what we need now. So now we're going to try to tie our, here's the real problem though, which is I almost think we want to have some bounds to be like, we're here right now. Because we need to, like, we don't want to, like, also be rotating around. Because we need, like, a dead zone. You guys following me? I don't know that this is going to work. They usually you want your mouse all the way to the edge, right? So when you're all the way to the edge, then that's what. So I think what we're going to need to do is have a visible mouse. And you scroll the mouse to the edge and the camera will rotate. And I guess initially what we can do is set up the gimbal for the camera to be rotated some way that we can see everything. So if we're rotated 45 on the X and the Y, where does that put the camera? Oh, we're underneath. That's why it looks silly. There we go. Now we're above. So this is the same map. It's just rotated with, it's just represented with these little quabs. So we have these little quabs for our map. And I'm kind of experimenting with the mesh. We got a couple things we have to kind of figure out with it. Map room is our mesh. And we're just doing a little bit of trickery here. We changed the cull mode. Could also do different things with depth draw. Blend mode. Might want to do something with this. Add is interesting. It's kind of additive already. We're unshaded. So we have no lighting in this area in map. Do we need like an environment to light this? We're unshaded, right? So if we do this, then we need like some sort of ambient light. That's still not helping us. Probably doesn't know about it though, because I just added it to the scene, right? There we go. We got something. Then we could add another light source. Directional. So that's something. It's looking like something. So yeah, I guess if we grab the mouse, then we lock the mouse into here, and then when we get the mouse all the way to the edges, that's when we would do rotation. Let's try that. You guys think that's a good idea? Yeah, Cricket. Sounds like a great one. Thanks. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, you're amazing. I know. I know. I'm not sure if everyone else does, though. No, we'll make sure everybody knows. Thanks, guys. Yeah, you're not crazy at all. Crazy guy. Even in my own fantasies, I'm derided by my audience. The real problem is you don't have a body anymore. You're only a face. This is true. Justin went to a social gathering. Can you believe this, man? I can. You kind of have to when you have kids as well. You're sort of trapped into having to do that kind of stuff. It's disgusting. What is vertex color? I don't know. Unshaded. Burly. What the hell's all this? I don't know. No ambient light. Oh, so you can disable on particular things whether or not they receive ambient. Specular. Interesting. Okay. Metallic. You know, what we could do is tie this to the map. I believe we have a map. Yeah. So we could do, like, you hold up a map and then this is what shows up over it. Is that too fancy? Is that a little too fancy? Diegetic. You know what our map needs? I know what it needs. We need to glow, baby. We need emissions. So is it black? Is emissions black? Does anyone remember? Are emissions black? Let's do Krita. Does anyone remember with emissions? Help me out here, boys. Uh-oh. I might embarrass myself with Krita opening. Thankfully not. Almost showed my personal ID opening Krita. That would have been really bad. Would that have been bad, chat? Would it have been really bad? Look at that. We're almost done. Boom, boom, bingo, bango. Vector layer. Like that. Get rid of that. There's our emissions. Save as. Code. Metroidvania. Assets. This is CNN. Map, cell, emission. Okay. And then we're going to do one more. And this is going to be what? So we're going to do what like that. And then we're going to do another layer. And this layer is going to be a bucket fill of, let's say, some percentage of transparency, which we can't do here. So we have to fill. And then we do it on the layer. Properties, opacity. Luckily, it previews it, he said sarcastically. We'll do like 20% is probably okay. 20%. So this is the texture. This is map, cell, texture. Okay. And then we go back to our map cell here. Now we're going to add our texture. Map cell texture. Check Raj. Then we're going to go remove our grow for now. See if we can do what we wanted to do originally with this. Remove the culling. Okay. Doesn't seem to fit the way we want it to fit. Does anyone know anything about that? Does anyone know? And then we're going to do emissions. And we may or may not have emissions. I don't know. Let's run this. It's hard to tell. Let's get rid of ambient light. Let's turn off directional light. We do not have emissions. That is for sure. So did I do something wrong with my emissions? It looks like just shit. Is it a UV scaling thing here? Do I want to do like 0.9? 8. Do I want to go over? I don't know. Why is it not? I don't know how the texturing stuff works. I'll be frank. You can be Sally. I think it's because it's not wrapped around. We're not. This isn't like a mesh and, you know. So white is brightness. Thank you, kind sir. Oops, we overwrote the wrong thing. Why is it wrong? It's updated. This is showing it as updated. Shows it right here. Huh. It must be cached in Godot. Might be because I had the scene open. So we could do emission for the whole thing. Why is the color... Yeah. Well, this just looks like shit. I'll say that. I've done a shit job. So here's what we're going to do. And the emission can be so we're just going to have a white texture. We'll save it as emission. Replace the whole thing. We're going to get rid of our texture. And we're going to go back to this little trick we were doing, which was we were using grow, stretching the Stretching things out. And now we have just about what we want. And if we change the front cull mode to front or back, front is better. Okay. So supposedly we're doing emissions. Now we're super bright. So we kind of need to lower 75. And what we should do to make sure that we're really emitting is let's do a glow. And why? There we go. I don't see a glow. We should be seeing a glow because of the emission. Well, okay. This will have to do. I guess we can just get rid of the emission. Is that part of our problem? Now we see a glow. So the transparency is certainly playing a role in it. Okay, here we go. Starting to look like, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of Ghost in the Shell, the anime. The like lighting, there was a lot of glow going on in it. Oh, apparently if I change it, then I see it. Be handy if I could see the effect of it immediately as I'm changing it. Okay, that looks pretty good. So now let's do the rotation stuff. So we're going to have to say mouse mode captured. What is it? Input mouse. How's things going with you, Justin? Like, what are you working on? Okay, so then we have to represent the mouse on the screen. Is there an easy way to do that in Godot? I can never remember. That's right. How's that going? It sounds like you're having a lot of fun with like weird sort of edge cases and stuff. And like the kind of unique interactions that start to happen. Confined is what we want because we want to be able to see it. Okay, so now we're confined to the window. Maybe some other genres will seep in before I give up. I'm starving. I'm a starving Marvin. Oh, did I not eat any lunch? Oh, that's what I forgot. I didn't eat lunch. I'm dying. I'm dying. My wife's trying to kill me. She didn't feed me lunch. I'm a helpless man. My wife didn't feed me. Why didn't she feed me? So if we're greater than, we'll clamp it to the visible rect. Doesn't look like I can. Okay, so if we're going to do some if statements here. If we are greater than 0, less than 0, a rhythm city builder. Ooh. That's interesting. Up. Left. Oops, got it backwards. So up, left, and up, left. Okay, good. So then we just need the opposite for the viewport, the visible rect size. If down. Okay. Right. Okay, so we have the screen edges for navigation. now we are going to rotate the camera. Release the secret weapon. We are going to go and we are going to rotate camera. Start out with 1. It starts with 1 speed. All right, so delta. Bow, 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 bow. It starts with 1. Right is not triggering though. Uh-oh. And I think it's unintuitively, we want to do the Y rotation. Yeah, there we go. Y. And then when we're doing Y, this is where we want to rotate. X. Is it X or Z? I guess it doesn't matter. See, this isn't going to work because we have to use, we're going to have to use, yeah, we have to use, because otherwise we can do like this, and that's screwy, right? So we have to do, we have to use like basis and stuff like that. The theme are three choices from 2 columns. You pick one from one of the 3 choices and then one from the other of the 3 choices. You combine them together, and what do you get? A video game. Holy moly. Okay. I'll be right back, Em. Well, let me catch up with you in a second. Em's got really excited. Miss Cricket. He's like unacceptable.
Well, this morning he let me go back to sleep, and apparently he went back. I didn't think he would. He's going to. But unless I'm still about being asleep.
Oh, there's no chat sound. Sorry. My bad. That was my fault. From a festival. Nice. I'm going to hide myself while I eat. Boop. It means I can take off this silly green everything. I can be free from it. Kind of have to in order to eat. Here's what I look like without the... So I could do like half of me. This is a... What about this, you guys? What if I did like no ears? Or what if I did like this? I don't know. Or like something like... I don't know. All right. Video game festival in person with a lot of indie games. Nice. What about yours, man? Was yours in there? Next year. Nice, dude. It's a floater. We never get to we're gonna do a +1 on this. There we go. Oh, it's different than it needs to be okay. So rotate Y will work fine. But we have to use whoops, wrong way. I think that's right. We're going to use the camera basis. I think that's how we want to do this. Oh, that's bringing us in and out. Oh, the axis. How do we do this, good sirs? I think we need to still translate around the bases of another thing. And I guess it would be the camera. So do we do forward times camera, gimbal, basis, Z? No. This wants a vector Y. That's really awesome, Fiera. Networking is really important. Did you meet anyone cool? Oh, damn. I didn't even think of that, Greg. You're totally right. So, this is what I'm trying to do. So why is it not letting me? Yeah, it looks cool. It's just it's wrong. See, the Z shouldn't be changing at all. I'm beginning to think that these rotate things aren't doing what we think they're doing. I'm just gonna go like this. Does that still work? There we go. Okay, so now the behavior is what we want. It's a little backwards. I think if you're going up, you're expecting to, because this is like flight control. And right, I don't know. If I'm pushing up, are you expecting it to rotate down? We're pushing the whole thing down. If we're over on the left, we're rotating the turntable left. We're rotating the turntable right. I feel like that's what we'd expect. Well, that took way too long. Onwards. So we have a map scene. And we want to throw this into the main game. And I guess there's a few ways to do this. What we'll do is we'll just put it out really far away. Someplace far, far away. Because we could do a viewport. Here's map. We'll just put map really high up. So map is super far away now. All right, so if we hit the pause button, if we hit escape, should take us to the map. And we need to assign the camera. Run it again. There we go. There's the map. So we have some state things that we have to figure out. And also the environment. We have to kind of change the environment settings and all that kind of stuff, right? But then we should have the same map controls as we expect. Mariano, what's up? And then we basically want to be able to say, if the map is active, we want to go back, right? Colin, it's going all right. We've got a room editor. We've got a map editor. We have a map showing up in the game. We have a player controller. We have, I can show you here we are in a very dark room. Bring out our torch. Uh-oh. Hang on. Give me a second. Go back. Bring out our torch. There we go. Now we can walk around in the room. We also have, or that's a lantern. This is a torch. We have two rooms joined together. I'm gonna do I think I'm gonna do absurd side effects. But we'll see. So we have a bunch of disparate systems. Disparate? We have a bunch of disparate systems. And we need to I can't see. There we go. We also have different tools that we can bring out that we're going to have as well. We actually need 2 directional lights one to work as a diffuser. But we're not going to be going outside. This is all going to be in dungeons, right? So what we really need is an environmental setting when we're in different areas, whether or not we have ambient light or not. And then I suppose we can throw light sources in the rooms as well. So, let me bring the camera back. What about you, Colin? What are you going to do? And I think we're even talking about Em, are you still here? I think Dustin's going to join in on this too. So it should be interesting. Why am I in the wrong? Mariano, I don't think it's possible to make Metroidvania in 1 month. But I cannot really make a game, any game in 2 months. I make systems, not games. I thought that too, but the history of the jam has some true gems. The most well-known is probably Pseudo Regalia. Nice IDE design. Lego bit, thanks. Not sure, I mean, I didn't design it. And do a shout out to Colin. Colin is a from scratch dev. Is building a game in Jai. Last month I worked on porting a Metroidvania from Godot to 3.5 to 4.5. They're making a port for the console. I know there's a streamer out on, I can't remember their name off the top of my head. I had a good conversation with them. And that's really speaks more on me not being able to remember the name, not them. But they're working on a Metroidvania in Godot, and I think they're on 3.5. Whitechapel? Excuse me? Could we watch our language here? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, 3.6. Is it Whitechapel? I don't think it's Whitechapel. Vacation mode? No, that's Unreal. Oh, I got you. What console are they doing? All consoles or a specific console, or can you not say? So yeah, we have a map scene as well, and we can go look at it up and down, left and right, as you can see. So we're getting there. So any changes we make to the map, this map will update it. Obviously though, we don't want to show rooms you haven't been in yet. So we kind of have to figure that out. I guess what we could do is every room has an area that we put everything in. So if we do that, we could do a custom grid map, which we already have right here. So what we'll do is we'll make an area for it. And then it'll show the room when you go into it in the map. How about that? That seems pretty fair. Do a box shape. And we're 16. So I don't know. Visible collision shapes. Let's see what it looks like with the collision shapes on. Let's look at the, whoops, I accidentally hit. Game. Rooms. Is this not, are we too small? I don't see. It's not in the asset lib. Oh, well, I'm kind of set on the maps thing. I already have the system in place. I'm having to make some decisions about the 3D elements of it. That's weird. The box shape size 16 by 16. Shows a debug color. Let's make it smaller than that. See if we see it. I mean, is that super small? Oops. Let's go 4 by 4. Oh, you know what? We just have a rogue area 3D. You know what's missing? No, it should show up. There it is. Okay, I can barely see it. Let's make it a different color. Make it bright pink. Not so transparent. Okay. All right. There she be. Let's go 8 by 8 by 8. Okay. Let's do 15 by 15 by 15. Interesting. What am I getting wrong here, boys? What's going on? What's going on? Oh, we're centered. Is that it? That's it. What's going on? So we want to be offset by 8. And we should be able to be doing this programmatically once we decide on a room size. What's going on? What's going on?
You okay, guys?
There we go. There's the bounds. Okay. So now we have the boundaries of each room. So when we enter a room, we need to tell the map system, hey, I'm in this room now. I know about it. And I suppose something else we want to do, like if there is a door like this, theoretically we've seen the room. We just can't get to it. Or if there's an open door. This is where things get really wild. Okay. What's going on? What's going on? It's that skit, that SNL skit making fun of Tucker Carlson. Fucking cracks me up. What's going on? What's happening? What's going on? That's the rule. That's the rule. I have to put it on now. I have to put it on since nobody knows what I'm talking about. That's the rule now.
Look at you.
That's it. What are we doing? What's going on? Huh. And then his terrible laugh at other people suffering. I probably should commit because I've got like probably a bazillion changes I need to do. Yeah. This is jam, baby. Probably a good idea to commit. I've got so many things that I have to say I did though. Let's just do it all. Wait a minute. Oh God. Okay. What's going on? There we go. Okay. Room map. Room and map editor improvements. Game scene loading baking inventory what else did we do, guys? Inventory, we did map. That's probably enough. It's probably everything we did. What are we doing? What's going on? Okay. Oh, crap. I like it when someone can take the piss out of somebody like that. Whoops. Work in progress. Yep. It's more like you did a million things. What are we doing? What's going on? Let's see. What are we doing? What is going on? Oh yeah, the collision shape. So we have so for each room we're going to have that we've entered. For now that'll be it. What's going on? What are we doing? What are we doing? What's going on? So we'll go room. Or no, it's grid. I don't know. Do we even have it's just grid map. We just have a room grid map. So this needs to be the room. Do we have a room? This is plain old room? We don't. Okay, good. What's going on? What are we doing? Attach scripts. Room. What are we doing? Create. Okay. He's stuck in a loop. What are we doing? What's going on? Area 3D. Okay, so then in order to handle this, you know what? We can just grab the Area 3D from game and do all the connections there. Then we can do Colin's favorite thing, which is a bind on a callable. Colin just died just so he could roll over in his grave. What are we doing? What's going on? But we want to keep everything in game, so I'm going to do that. How much time is wasted? So it's not an array of grid map anymore. It's an array of room. What are we doing? Was this clip censored? I remembered it being longer. There's another one. There's another just learning about arrays in CS class. Nice. Made a text adventure with min-max. It's 3,400 lines. And it runs in 2 seconds. What's min-max? Is that one of those AI thingy-majiggies? All the kids are talking about those AI things with the models. They all do things with AI. You ever hear of open code? Min-max is like a cheaper scripting tool for programming languages. So, but what is it programmed in? That's a very liberal use of the word I, by the way. I made it. Well, mostly. Kinda. I don't know how to explain it. Yep. Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. I will say 2 seconds to start something. Like, it depends on what you're, like, what is it running in? I codes it. Codes it in what? Oh, you don't know how to explain it, so never mind. Oh, open code. But what is open code? Like, open code is another thing that codes, right? That's another coding agent. But what did it code it in? We're headed towards a very interesting future. It's an opening. I get what it is. Okay. So you have programming language, right? So you could say I programmed it in C and it's an executable or something like that, right? Or it's a web app. It runs in the browser, something like that, right? So where do you run it? What are we doing? What's going on? Right, it doesn't exist. Room. We can get rid of that. Get rid of that. Choose this. Or you could run it in Docker. You can run it on your PC. I could make it a web app. I see. It's interesting that the joy of programming is just not going to be experienced by a whole new group of people. And they're actually going to come to hate it. Huh. What are we doing? What's going on? Have you guys seen the service module separation for Orion? Let me bring this over here. This was on the live stream when it happened, but they have the HD footage of it now. Look at that. Isn't that fucking cool? Coding for fun. I'm learning, been on C# for 8 months. Yeah. I just haven't dived into the AI stuff, and maybe I'm gonna regret it. I think when I'm a forgetful old man, maybe, I don't know. What are we doing? What's going on? So we're gonna go like this. Move the area 3D. So let's do this. Let's do this connection stuff on the outside. We'll do it in game. Because we have to tell the map. Now we need something in map to say, hey, listen, leave those kids alone. Oh no, you're just another brick in the wall. And that Krazam AI video. Well, I think my bigger concern with AI is that we're outsourcing intelligence. We're offloading it in a way. It's like, oh, it frees me to do other things. The problem that I'm seeing already happen is people are putting their eggs in these baskets, and the AI companies that they're doing this with are like, yeah, we changed everything. That's all broken now. It doesn't even exist anymore. We got rid of it. We changed the features, changed the price. It costs 10 times more. That's not even a thing anymore. So that's like that's like trying to build a castle out of sand, right? So there's that. And then corporate is getting sold on it where it's like, oh, you just need 10 power users and you can fire 100 of your other ones and then they'll use agents and that'll replace that workforce. And then it's like, oh, but it actually ends up costing more or the same and actually overloads your really talented engineers to the point where they're spending all their time just trying to manage the mess that the stuff is producing. I don't know. It seems like it's just going to constantly be a rug pull. And I mean, we'll see. It's a tortoise and a hare thing, in my opinion. This is literally the tortoise and the hare. Does slow and steady win the race, or is the fastest one always the winner? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. It's supposed to... No. That's all bullshit. In my opinion, that's bullshit. You can come back and tell me I'm wrong at Christmas stuff if you want to. I mean, I guess I'd be happy to be wrong. But AGI is not a thing. It literally cannot reason. It could be made to look as though it is. it can fool us really well. And that's another danger of it. So another danger is that our inability to discern or realize how not intelligent it is. But the M dash problem is a perfect example of why it's not what we think it is. M dashes were really common in older writing, and it isn't anymore. And so the reason why it's propagated so much in AI is because a lot of it's been trained on public domain and scanned books and stuff. So, and there's a lot of that throughout our human time, you know, in the English language. So, I don't know. I mean, I do see, for me, the big benefits of it are training for early detection of cancer through saying this is somebody's, you know, mammogram, is that the term? Before they had breast cancer, and this is the same breast mammogram scan, and they had cancer 6 months later. And then it being able to know in the future to spot, you know, based on it being trained, that's cancer way earlier than a doctor could. That's the kind of stuff I want to see, right? Training on small sets of data that have massive ramifications for life. You know, and then just like the translation capabilities of this stuff is really great. And that's exciting to see those improvements. So those are some things that are like kind of exciting about it. I worry about a general shift in attitude with regards to learning. Specifically, I keep referring to it as the smart uncle problem, with AI being your smart uncle that you can always ask, that always seems to know everything. Sometimes he's totally off, but when he's on, he's really on. And it's like, you can have a smart uncle, you know, but that doesn't make you smart. And I wonder the effects on education in particular, and on the ability of people to learn and know how to learn, and specific to know how to learn, is concerning to me. Irad, what's up? Even there, if there's a disaster, to be frank, was discussing with a friend working in the medical, and it's promising, but nowhere near useful yet. It's a net negative right now in that field at the moment. Interesting. Yeah, I think it's a real problem space that has to be heavily, and then we also, the other problem with it in the United States, for instance, is FOIA, or not FOIA, sorry, the privacy acts with medical stuff, making it probably really hard to train it on data. And so anonymizing that information and knowing that you're correctly inputting what it is you're getting is probably a Herculean task. I saw another implementation of AI that was interesting, that was mapping farming from satellite data, agricultural fields and stuff. And that was interesting, although it instantly created an interesting side effect, in my opinion, with law enforcement being able to instantly identify grow crops in states where they're illegal. And that's another part where I think AI has no business being, and that is in law enforcement in general. And we're seeing that not matter with things like Flock and stuff. And I really worry that what we're really doing is laying the groundwork for a really bad authoritarian outcome with a lot of this stuff. We think we're gaining all these freedoms, but we might be chaining ourselves to something worse. And then in the inevitability obvious enshittification that's already starting to happen with these tools, but the inevitability to try to tie this into advertising. And the unexpected outcomes that could come out of that is also concerning. There's like a lot of things. I think also the dismissive, I mean, it's really like everything nowadays. It's a two-side problem. There's side A, side B. There's nothing in between. But I don't know, man. I'm eager to. AGI would be dope, but I don't see it coming anytime soon. Yeah. I think personally, it's obvious that you want to use your own in-house models. To me, that's like plainly simple. You do not want to hitch your wagon to any of these guys, in my opinion, despite how some of them might be very good. I would not build a business on these house of cards that are these AI companies. Acquisitions, complete, like I just wouldn't do it. I don't know. And it sounds like Claude, for instance, is like, you can't build that. You can't build that. You can't build that. You can't build that. And it's like slowly like, you can't build that. You're not allowed to build that. You can't. And it's like, wait a minute. Yeah. I read an interesting theory about how I don't know. And I'm not an expert on any of it. I haven't used any of it, frankly. I'm old school, old hat. I can tell you though, I don't know that it's a, like, you know, the quote from Steve Jobs about the computer is it's a bicycle for your mind. And what I see with AI in the tech space, where it's like, oh, it'll code all this stuff for us. It's making everybody managers. It's turning everybody into managers. And in that sense, we come back to true managerial problems. The Mythic Man Month doesn't go away just because you're using AI, right? So eventually, you can have all these models doing all this crazy shit, but somebody still has to be responsible for them. And those guys become managers. They're not engineers anymore. And yeah, you're just managing, like, oh, this thing screwed up. Oh, I got to go talk to it. You know what you could do is talk to a human being, but it's not. I don't know. And the attack vectors for it are getting wild too. It sounds like a lot of this NPM worm that's spreading around has Claude to thank for it. And that's whether or not you believe that you should have a package manager in the first place. It's funny for all the naysayers to come up and say, hey, remember all those things we were talking about? This is what we were talking about. Dimitri's podcast on that subject quickly. That's the only discussion I would recommend about AI. I haven't. I mean, there's a guy on YouTube that I really enjoy. He's got a beard and he talks about this stuff. He's really sarcastic, but I really like him. He was saying he had a recommendation in a video. He's like, if I were you and I was in any company, I would start sending out an email to everyone saying, I'm going to be holding an AI conference and we're going to discuss how we're going to integrate AI into the company, and like be AI first, even if you're not going to do anything with it. So that when they start chopping people because of it, you're not on that chopping block. It's weird. I feel like this happened in the aughts and I can't remember what it was about, but in the early days of the internet, in the .com boom, something like this happened. there was like a hysteria about everyone needed a website. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. It was something to that effect where it was like, oh shit, we all need this or that. And then it all fell out. It was like, oh shit, never mind. I don't think it was a website. I can't remember what it was. Waiting through AI. Okay, I'll check it out. Now, I'm not saying that this stuff can't do really cool things and can't assist people and do all this really cool stuff. I'm not saying any of that. I just don't know. What do you train it on in the future when nobody can do this shit? Like, we can't have copies of copies of copies, right? So I think that's the other thing that they would really want to see is we've created a programming language that only AI could understand. Right? That's the ideal for these crapheads building this stuff. Is to ultimately be like, we've got this really performant thing. It's not human readable. AI uses way less tokens than regular programming language. It's now we've turned programming into a black box. But I don't know. I mean, the calculator, when the calculator came out, it was like, oh, this is going to ruin math for everybody. Maybe it did. Yeah, let me know if you ever have some time to listen because it's honestly refreshing having actual AI talk about the legality and ethics behind it. Yeah, that's another thing that sin now and ask forgiveness later. The ultimate irony of Claude being like, you can't use it to build this or that. And it's like, oh, that's fucking funny. That's rich. Okay, dudes. But yeah, I expect a lot of these services to find out what everyone really wants from AI and then take away that as an ability for people and then sell that to people. If there is such a thing. Steal, but not from us, right? Okay, so I want to get this last thing in, which is detecting when we enter a part of the world. And so this goes into a save system of some sort. Oh my god. And actually, I don't even know how to do this with web. No, it's fine. Primogen, yeah. Now, the guy that I'm thinking of, let me see if I can find his videos. What are we doing? What's going on? Mo Bitar is the guy I'm talking about. Here's his channel. But honestly, I don't, it doesn't matter. None of this matters. We can't legislate it. We'll be unable to control any of it. We can't stop the data centers from being built. The people, local municipals will ignore us. We can't contact our congressmen and have them give a damn about it. Our president is steamrolling this shit in. It's literally building it under his fucking ballroom. Right? These guys are going into China and just having conversations without the American people, making decisions about our trade that will be decided for by us from Congress. We have no say in any of this. We have absolutely no control over this. And it's just being fucking pulled over us. And we're eating it up. And I think my main reason why I push against it is that these companies act a lot like the cigarette companies did when they knew this shit caused cancer. Right? I mean, these guys are literally telling us this shit's going to destroy the world. Or that we're not sure that we can control it. Fucking let's go. YOLO. Let's YOLO the fucking human populace. If these people really believe that AGI is coming, they sure ain't acting like it's a thing that we need to be careful of. Even though they keep saying it. They want to be first to it, right? I don't know. I just don't trust these guys. I don't trust that they have any of our interests in mind. The Claude leaks show that they know that they're fucking shit up. And that they know that they're manipulating it so that it uses more tokens and shit, right? So it isn't about actually providing a service that's you know, I don't know, dudes. I just think that these guys are screwy. I don't think that I mean, this isn't Facebook, right? This isn't the launch of like, oh, I can talk to my uncle anywhere, right? The same people that are pushing this right now in our representative government, in the executive branch in particular, don't believe in a minimum wage, which I actually have thoughts on that would be congruent with that. But if you're going to have this thing that takes away jobs in such mass scale, it doesn't do it in a way where it's like, oh, well, the horse and buggy, right, goes away, and now we have the automobile, and there's an entire industry that comes with it. It's not like that at all. This whole thing just consumes our dollars and creates nothing for us. I don't know. So I just don't, I don't know. Anything you build, someone else is going to be like, oh, I could have my AI build that. And now it's been built twice, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times because I can just have my AI do it. I don't know, guys. I just don't know. I don't know. It just seems weird. It's probably going to take a year to make my text game, but AI showed me how to program it. Sell my story and the characters. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. And I don't know. It's just like, I just get a little like, I'm not a Luddite, and typically I embrace this stuff. But with this and stuff in particular, I'm leaning Amish. I'm leaning Amish on this shit, guys. Well, the legislation is going to ensure that they pick the winners. Regulations will be, in the U.S., the way that regulations work is we need regulations. Let's pass a bill that says we need regulations. And then they go to the very companies that they're regulating and say, hey, how should we regulate you? You write the regulations. That's how it works. That's what they want. They want it in that regards, right? So if there is any, they'll push for it. They'll lobby it so that they can write the rules so that nobody else can enter in the space. So I think the fear mongering and the scaring shit is on purpose as a part of that. But I don't know. I mean, they're lying outright. I mean, if you look at like Flock, these guys lie outright. They're shown to be liars. And it's like our representative governments still don't give a damn. It's like, I don't understand what is going on, especially in local government. It's like you guys are just, you guys are going to see me driving down. I'm going to see you driving in this neighborhood. Are you seriously going to do this? Like, that's the part that's just wild. Yeah. It's gross. It feels completely out of control. I don't know what happens now. Like, you know, in your local government, you can't get a fucking stop sign where there needs to be one. But they're going to be like, hey, we're going to put in 1,000 new Flock cameras. And it's like, hey, could you put a stop sign there? Because that would actually keep me safe. You think you believe in this pre-crime bullshit that you can actually detect crime before it could happen. And it's like, no. What if we fix the bridge? Nah. Everyone's out to get us and kill us. Don't trust your neighbor. We need about 1,000 more cameras, please. By the way, the next war that we're conducting, all of the equipment is going to go back to your local police, so they can use it against you. It's just, I don't know. They'll let one sit before doing it. Yeah. Are we talking about Minority Report at present day? Yeah. Anyways, Cricket's rant is over. I just, well, yeah, just take it easy, Noah's, and just know what you want to learn and learn it, you know? You'll be able to tell if you understand it or not. No. We've got, so what I've got so far is I've got a room editor. So we have this scene here. Let me show you. So we've got room editor load. So we can load up, whoops, can't do double click. Not yet. So we got like a little room here we can load in, and we can adjust, and we can like draw, add more blocks and stuff into it. Save that room. Then we have the map editor here. This is the same stuff, and now we can add the rooms into the map. Right? And then we load the game up, and now we're in this world. And then what else? We have our player controller. We've got, so this is in 2 days without AI. Just my brain, just my noggin. I deployed Cricket on this. I deployed myself. We should deploy ourselves more. Let me do it without the collision shapes. Yeah, so this is what it's going to look like when it's like super dark or whatever. Now, obviously, like the VFX and stuff I'm using, and the assets, I didn't make any of that, right? But I'm pretty sure the people that made this stuff didn't. Actually, I'm pretty confident they didn't do any of it. And it's Godot, yeah. Yeah, it's coming along. It's coming along, Vantham. Using our brains. Now everyone will know. GD script, it's all right. I mean, it's a scripting language, so all of the problems that come with a scripting language come along with it. But if you're, oh, the other thing we have is a map, so we can go and hit escape, and then we have our map here, and we can rotate by going to the corners of the screen. and look at the map. And so as we build the map out, or the game itself out using the map editor, the map system will load in automatically. Right now what I'm working on is either showing or not showing those map elements based on whether or not we've been to those areas. And that kind of ties into the save thing, but I'm not going to worry about the saving just yet. We're just going to get it working, and then we'll figure out how we're going to serialize and deserialize the data later. I have to learn Unreal Script. Unreal Script. I thought Unreal, so there's Blueprints and there's C++. There's not a scripting language for Unreal, is there? I wasn't familiar with that. Unreal scripting language. Blueprints. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, visual scripting languages can be nice. I think some people, it helps them. Like, some people can really think that way. But I really struggle with visual. Like, I struggle with node programming. For me, it's I don't know why. I just can't. I'm not nearly as effective in it. I don't feel like it as I am by myself. Linear algebra? Talk to me, brother. So I have the same thing, man. That's the one thing I did really bad in school was math. Math is actually a perfect example of what AI can do. Where you can get by in math, and you can get so far in math, and then when you hit like high school level math, that's when you find out if you actually understood it or didn't at all. And that's it. Like, because of how it's taught and it's all root and memory and not applied nearly as much as it should be and not explored in any way. Like, oh, what if I do this? And what? None of that happens in math, right? And not in the traditional way that it's taught, at least in the North America, at least what I experienced. And so ultimately you hit these different moments where you go, I don't understand this because I literally don't understand what I've learned before. And I can't do it. You know? And that's what happened to me in high school. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab another drink. I was accused of using AI a while back, and I don't know if they were trying to compliment me or insult me. But I was like, I would have Reddit open on this monitor, and I would just be looking at it and get distracted on my stream. And I think the accusation was that I was prompting on this screen and then writing on this screen. And that was bizarre, because I didn't know if I should have taken that as a compliment or an insult. By how many times they said, bro. I've heard of Unreal Engine. Yeah, dude. Noah's, Greg is like a Blueprints wizard. Okay. So, for the map stuff, we do need to update the map editor instantly. Or we can update it when we go to show map. We can update the different cells. We have the map, the resource map is here. Now, I guess what we can do is on resource map, we can just have a variable set that says, oh, it's got the individual rooms. So we go on resource room. Now we can just keep track here and see which ones we can flag here on an export to say explored. And it's just a Boolean. And then I suppose we just have a function that says explored. And then we just set it to true. Now here we could signal out. So what we could do is on resource map, we could have a signal to that. But then ultimately, how does it get back to map editor, right? We need a signal up to map editor. Instead, I will just serialize it when we go to show it because it'll be super quick. The default explored value is going to be false. We'll explicit that just to be clear. Okay, easy enough. And then what we do is when we go to show, we say, before we make the camera current, we do a for loop. Resource map is going to have each room cell, vector 3i in resource map rooms. And we're going to grab resource map rooms, room cell. So there's our room. And then we're going to say resource room explored. And I guess we should make it not underscored. It's sharing a name now. So for each room, we originally did this, right? So we just need a reference to the mesh. We called it room, but it's map room. So we need an array of map rooms. We can use a dictionary. Map room lookup. Dictionary. Some of these names are terrible, by the way. Visual Studio. I'm using it's called InVim, NeoVim. I learned originally because I studied character art, tech art, focused on environments. There's tons of free resources out there. Focus on what you really want to learn, fortunately. Just ship small games. Oh, was there a question? Was Godot first to learn the game dev instead? Yeah, the C++ route is, if you're wanting to get in the industry, I would argue that Unreal C++ / Blueprints is probably the way to go. if you're trying to hit like a AAA studio or something, that's probably a good starting point. But they don't. It's my understanding they really don't care about that stuff so much as, do you know how to do this? Linux, yeah. Yeah, we learned Unity and Unreal. Godot's starting to find favor with certain groups of people. I know the guys who made Tactical Breach Wizards. Is their next game's in Godot. And I know that one of the guys who worked with he was somebody who worked in he's done a lot of stuff, but Valve is the one. If you say Valve, everyone's like, oh, former Valve guy is doing something in Godot as well. But the teachers let us use whatever projects. Yeah. Damn, and the guy who did Road to Volstock is pretty sure he's close to a millionaire now. And that's another Godot game. Godot have any famous games? There's been a lot that you just don't realize. Godot has made millions for people. Slay the Spire. Yeah, Slay the Spire 2 is one. Yeah, Road to Volstock. That one's doing really well, especially being that it's early access. That guy's set. That guy is set. And then Backpack Battles is another one that I think's done really good. Brotato Dome Keeper. Yeah. Johnson's worked on Dome Keeper, right? That's the one you were commissioned for? "2 years of my life. 2 years I'll never get back." No, it's a legit engine. I mean, I've been Frank, look, you might not want to come to me for how to finish a game, but as far as Godot is concerned, I have been using it for, dear God, I think 7 years, 7 to 8 years. I was in at 3.5, I want to say. No. 3.1. Sorry, it was 3.1. That's when I came into Godot. So I've been around for a while, and my dedication to programming and doing stuff in it has been probably the last 2 years has been really, probably, I would say the last 2 years has probably been as much as the previous 5 years, right? So, but it's definitely tapered off a lot lately just because of IRL is kicking my ass. So we want to add this to the lookup. Now we have a reference. Whoops. I swear to God, I want GDScript to compile, but more than that, I want structs. Give me structs. For the love of God, give me structs. Come on. That's all I want in GDScript. Give me some fucking structs. Please. Just to define data structures and not have to use like an object or something like that. Oh, give it to me. Please. All right. So now we have our map lookup. That gives us a reference to the mesh. Then when we go to show map, we look at the explored value. We say map lookup. We set the room cell to match. Now we have the mesh. And all we do with the mesh is we set visible equal to whether or not we've explored. If the answer is yes that we've explored, the visibility of the mesh will be flipped and it should show up. So right now, if we were to run the map room, or if we were to run the game and then show map, it should be nothing if I hadn't screwed up my code. Let's see. So I'm going to hit escape. Yeah, the map is empty. The map is empty because right now we don't have a way to tell the map those resources that we visited them. We have the area. So now we need to connect to when we enter the area, and then we say, okay, we've entered you, baby. So we need to do that. Homework for all of you. Jackson's like, do it. That's really cool. That's the other reason why I want to release a damn game, is to have like a YouTube video of somebody else playing it and being excited about things and stuff. Like, that's awesome. I want that. Give it to me. I've always showed the picture of Miyamoto playing with some kids. Oh, nice. All right. So it would be nice if we could literally build the mesh to describe the actual topology of the entering and exiting elements of the room. That would be if we were actually making this into a real game, but we're in jam mode, right? So we can't do that. One thing that I'm noticing here is, so we have like 2 rooms and the walls are always double thick. So what I was thinking about doing is using the negative space to call any neighboring room, so that if I have something that is like, oh, this is an entering or an exiting area, it's a hole, the walls are shared but from both ends. If any of them have negative space in them, we subtract that from the other one. I was thinking about doing that. I'm not sure if I'm going to do it still. But what I'd like to do, what we could do, because I kind of want to take a break from this, but I'll finish up the map stuff here. And then after that, what I would like to do is have it so that, like, for instance, with the room, let me turn on the torch. There we go. So here, I'd like to be able to use one of our abilities to like knock through this. Now we have the typical like pickaxe that we could like set up so we could swing it and then hit things. Oh, we need to do that mesh. We got to learn how you do that FPS drawing stuff so that when you come up to here, it doesn't call. So we wanted to draw on the, but anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah. So let me get back to it. Damn, even with the timestamp, Colin, that's very generous of you. So yeah, the game code. We've got to go through each room and set up a signal. Right? And then when we he gave us the signal. Okay. Let's see how this works. Invalid access to property or key bodied entered on null. What is null? What is null? Baby, don't hurt me. Bump, 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 bump. do, 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 do. Body entered on base object of type nil. Oh, yeah. That's right. And that's because we renamed the... Okay, player entered, fired a bunch. Not sure why it fired so much. But once is enough. So now if we go here, and it fires again. And then it fires again. And it fires again. Okay. Okay, so player entered. We don't know what room though, right? So we need to know what room. And specifically, we need to be able to tell the map, resource map. So what this isn't giving us is a way of looking it up. So what we need to be able to do is what we could do. Lots of references going on. This is, I feel the stretching of the code into trash. We are becoming trash code. So we're going to have a reference to resource room, and we can assign that. And then, see, I get to call it trash. You only get to earn, if you code it yourself, you get to earn the trash label. Otherwise, it's slop, right? But poorly coded human code is trash. It's wonderful. I'm going to go grab some more tea. Okay, all set with the tea. Back again. So where were we? The map and setting the, yeah. So the code's starting to get stretched. It's starting to turn into trash, like I was saying. So what I'm going to do is on our room scene, we're going to just have a reference to the room. So when we instantiate the rooms, that's when we're going
That's
to,
cool. Cool?
Nathir with the raid.
Yeah, cool. You think it's cool? It's cool. It's not cool.
Nathir starting to stream. Welcome in. Shout out to Nathir. How was your stream? Want to pass the reference to the room, said room. So we're gonna connect room player entered, room, resource room. That's our reference to the room. We're gonna have a bind room, resource room. Well, welcome in everybody. Let me explain what's going on here. We were just talking about Nathir's mom. How did I get here? What year is it? What do we have to do? It's a bind. Like that. There we go. Explain why we're not cutting trees. Mental health. For me, at least. I need a break. The physics, a heavily physics-driven game is one I have not done before. And I just needed a break. Rodrigo, it's been a long time. Or at least it feels like it has been. So we're doing a 30-day jam. I'm only going to be able to do 3 days every week, so we're only going to be about 12 days into the 30-day jam. We're going to do the best we can. We're trying to make a Minecraftvania for this Metroidvania game jam. So I'm trying to build the tools. We've got a room editor, a map editor. We have a map. We have our inventory. We have all that kind of stuff going. We're not doing block breaking in the traditional sense. That's part of the Metroidvania. You're going to get tools and abilities that becomes part of the block breaking and navigational stuff. So double jump or whatever. I was thinking about doing a oh, hang on, it's super dark in here. I was thinking about doing this area out here. But I was thinking about doing, you can't see because of the lighting. But anyways, there's a shovel. You'd have to trust me on the shovel. There's the shovel. I like the idea that you do like a Shovel Knight bounce. We just have a Shovel Knight reference. And you like have to jump, point down, and then hit the shovel button at a timing to like be able to bounce high or something. I was totally bullied into doing this jam. It's almost exclusively Colin's fault. So I don't know what the hell he's talking about. He was in my Discord just making me feel like I should. Build rooms. What I would say that everyone did realistically was encourage me, give me the confidence to take a break. It's going, man. It's going. I'm trying to sleep off my any chance of getting sick. My wife was supposed to fly and see her best friend this morning, but she woke up with a fever. Oh no. I'm afraid to ask what a nappy poo is. It's like a pleasant nap. It's when you do both at the same time. Can you take a will baby nappy poos? Dude, everyone's just chasing the dream of getting sick. Okay, so now resource room has a reference, or room has a reference of the resource. This is disgusting. Oh no, we straight up get a resource. We get the room resource. Okay, so if we enter, we set it to explored. Now, if we bring up the map, it should. Oh, we need to be cast. We need to have the area. All right, we need
Shut
some
up and take my
physics
money.
stuff. Layer names. So this is world. And this is player. And then we're going to go back to the player controller and we're going to set our collision. We are player.
What the dog doing?
And we mask with world. Tom Millman dropping in with the sub. Tom, I hope you're doing good. Tom Millman, thrill seeker extraordinaire. Pretty sure a James Bond dash character going around letting it ride, as it were. Set explored, non-existent function. Set explored on base nil. Your mom's nil. And that's because we don't have the resources set because we have to rebuild the rooms, right? So if I go here, yeah, we got empty rooms. We got to build the rooms. Ah! Everything disappeared. Non-existent function, deserialize room in base resource room. Game 65. 65 GG. Because it's a resource map. This is some trash code, guys. It's getting to be trashy. Deserialize room. Oops, we got to build. Hang on. There we go. We got our rooms back. And we have references to the resource. Oh, snap! We have to duplicate the resource. Otherwise, we're going to end up with a problem. So when we go to Nike. Well, we're gonna. Oh, yeah, yeah. So we serialized the rooms initially. Okay, so we're okay. We're okay. Resource room. We go like this, and we say duplicate, like that, and we duplicate the rooms. God, duplicate them, and we duplicate the rooms, and now we're just unique resource rooms. To each his own. So now player enter online 50. Set explored for resource room. Set explored exists. Room set explored. Non-existent function. Horse manure. Set explored is right here, buddy. It's autofilling right now. Area 3D we want to mask with only the we mask with player and we're monitoring. Okay. Non-existent function once again. Player entered. Now, do we have... Hang on a second. It's null. Static sort on base null. Fair enough. Fair enough. So we're detecting the player controller entering. We're binding to null. For rooms, we have an array. We have an array. Game. This is trash. All of this is trash, guys. Rooms, array size. 3. We have these grid maps. Room grid map is referred to, which are these scenes here. So we have a reference to these scenes here. We have resources in each of these rooms. Room resource. So how about we just pass room? I mean, we know they exist. Room can't be empty, right? Rooms, room, 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 room. Does anyone remember that commercial? Oh, why did we not crap the bed now? Cannot convert argument to... Can't convert your mom to... Mom goes to college. Still nil. Rooms. Where we're going, we don't need rooms. Almost done with this small little thing. Every once in a while, something turns into a bigger problem. This is nasty. Definitely need to cook on this. They're null. They are null. Oh, dude, I'm such an idiot. Are we using this anywhere else? I don't think we need... I think we're in a race condition. Like I can't set a signal connection here. Right? That's not going to happen. A room's a placeholder instance. No. They should be ready because we know the scene tree is built backwards. Right? So we know it's built backwards. You should be ready. I gotta open this up. Now I'm partially pink. Pink vested man. I gotta take it off. I'm hot as hell. It's getting hot in here. So hot. At least your shirt is the same color as your skin tone. That way people think I'm nude. That's the idea, baby. Makes the neighbors do a double take. I'm also wearing pink pants. Skin tight pink pants. Skinny jeans. Cool. We went from not being able to see your disgusting body to seeing all of it. Wait a sec. Do both rooms have the same variable name? Both rooms. We could buy in self. In the scene tree? Same variable name. No, they're different numbers. It's just cut off. No ... from the Godot editor. Don't believe his lies. We can actually fix that with there's a flag, right? What's it called? There's like a setting for naming it. Is it like friendly? I thought there was like a thing for naming it. Pretty sure there is. Thought there was a setting for like something scene friendly numbered name or something. I can't remember. Inspector shows the right name. I mean, they open it up and they show the correct thing. And then when I go in here, I have a pointer to the resource. I mean, at this point, I might as well just have room have whether or not we've been in it. And not do it on the resource. So let's do this. Then we can get rid of all that stuff anyways. For now. Oh, oh, oh. Dun, 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 dun. So a bunch of stuff should be broken now. We don't have to do this. Go room, set explored. And then on map, show map, room cell. See, this might be where everything goes jank. Any warnings or errors when the nodes are fetched? Let's try it again. We'll hit the button. Clear the here. Hit the button. No errors. No warnings. I'll delete them out manually. Delete. Build them. Nothing. All right. When launching game? How about when I'm launching your mom? I mean, we've got some warnings. Yeah, this is gonna. Oh, I hit escape. That's gonna screw things up. Raycast. Mouse position. Never used. Declared never used. Set sub-emitter nodes other than sub-emitter are not supported. I don't know what that's about. Particle trails, don't know. Particle trails. That's all my effect stuff. Just leaving junk everywhere. World environment is declared but never used. So there's nothing in here that particularly he's talking about it. I don't know. I'm not sure why it's freaking out. It definitely seems like a race condition. Oh, right now the resources. Yeah, we're not setting resource room anymore. So, sorry. Let me go back to show map. I guess what we could do. Map lookup room cell. Mesh instance. For the map. Whether or not we show it. Resource map rooms. Each room. Didn't crash though. Oh, that's been fixed. I mean, if we leave this, if we bring this back. So we set everything back the way it was. I mean, who knows? Maybe I needed to have cleared it out and done it again or something. Let's do that. We'll clear it out. We'll do it again. Maybe that'll do it. So we're not crashing. Was that it? I just had to delete the existing. Is the connection set up right? That might have been it. That was it. I just had to delete. For some reason, I had to delete the nodes and have it redo it. So now if we look at the rooms here, specifically, stop going back to the scene. Explored. So that room's not explored. This room's not explored. And this room's not explored. Well, that's local. We want to go to, because we're creating instances of it, right? So none of them are set to explored. Oh, that is weird. Resource room. Set explored to true. Oh, that's right. It's in this one. So that one's not explored. This one's not explored. And this one's not explored. Select the game node. What am I doing? What am I doing there? Set explored. Set explored. Well, let's show the map and see what happens. Nothing. They're all false. What the fuck? We're for sure setting it. Is something else setting it back? You can. No. Bro, let's not use the setter. Bless you, my child. We're just going to set it to true ourselves. Does this have something to do with... This is a resource in the project. I don't see why that would matter, right? We're instantiating a new reference to the resource. It's a duplicate of it, right? So it's new. Like, what happens if I put this on? And then I bring up the map. They all show false. What the hell's going on here? No, it's I can see it in the print statements that it's hitting. Like, I can do a breakpoint on set explored, and it'll break right when the game starts. I'm sure of it. What? Well, now we're not seeing it. Now I'm not seeing the print statement. Okay, it was working, though. I swear. It was working. Oh, that's right. So there's our break. So that's the room we spawn in. And then if we go over here, we break again. So I don't know. Right after we set it, I'm going to say set explored %s % explored. Okay. Let's print a reference to self in here too. Like, let's get our identifying information. What the hell we are. Okay, so we have a resource identify. Um. Now this is weird because how am I supposed to tell what we are? Put a setter on. This is like a fantastic Mr. Fox waste of time. It's like way too much. Okay. So now we have our setter. Nope. They're both getting set to true. Something. Is it possible that this is somehow firing? Drum solo. What the hell's drum solo? What? What? I don't understand. Growling's trolling us. Wait, what is this? Hang on a second. Growling got us. Get ready for the ride of your life. That's so funny. Growling. I just pull up the green screen and I have a drum kit behind it. And I just like you can usually get people with it. Yeah. All I can think to do is let me get it going.
Wow. 64 Fender Stratocaster.
Now be careful.
Here we go.
Wow. You're amazing, dude.
Thanks. I like to play.
Get used to it. All right. Dude, this is such a waste of time. Here's what we're going to do. No regrets. No regrets. Do you have any Megadeth? If you're going to spew into this. How much time is wasted? Ah! I know what's going on. I know what's going on. Yep. We're using resource maps from map, which doesn't have the duplicated version of it. So I know what's happening. I'm happy. I'm happy. So what we're going to do, what do you want to do today? Same thing we do every day. Try to take over Godot. It's all these references. So many references. So we duplicate here. What are we going to do? What's that all about, Alfie? Map. Show map. Explored. Visible. Blah. Did we lose Greg? Gregory? Gregory? Okay. This is what we get for our trash code. This is what we get. So what we could do is at runtime, instead of duplicating here, at runtime, But if we do that, what we really need to be able to do is access resource map from somewhere else. This is all trash. We're just in trash land. 'Cause I'm a trash man. Ski bop beep boo bop. Bop bop boo bop. Scooty boo bop beep boo bop. What if we update the map behind the scenes? What if Skibidi dibidi bop bop boo bop. Bop bop boo bop. Scooby dibidi boop boop booty bop. 'Cause I'm a trash man. Scoobity bop bop boo bop. Scoopy booty bop. We have the rooms, we have the yes. That's what we'll do. That's what we'll do. Player entered. We just need to pass. Oh, sweet Moses. Oh, sweet Moses. Scoobity beep bop bop boo bop. I'm a trash man. It's an array. It's an array that you can jump to. What do I say? Dictionary. Dictionary. Vector 3i room. Skibidi bop bop bop. Bop bop bop. Skibidi doo bop bop boop. Scooby doo boop 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 boop. Room, 'cause I'm a shat man. I'm a shat man. Skibidi dee bop bop boop bop. Scoopy boop bop. Skibidi dee boop boop bop. 'Cause I'm a shat man. Room cell. Okay. Then we pass the cell into here. And then we say rooms, room cell. Now we have the room. Okay. Then over here we go room cell. It's Vec3i. And actually, we have map. This is going to get easier. Ooh, child. Things are going to get easier. Show. Room. Room. Cell. Vec3i. Void. Has. Go like that. Skibbity doo boop boop boop. Boop boop boop. Skibbity doo boop boop boop. Map. Show. Room. Skibbity doo doo boop boop. Skibbity doo boop boop boop. There we go. Show room cell. Hey, Papa, I need the Alexa app for this. Pikachu Talk. When I looked up how to get it, it said, for Amazon Alexa devices, open up the Alexa app on your mobile app, tap the menu, and the top. Skills game. Oh, my gosh. Oh, sweetie. Well, you got to find my phone. So track down my phone. I don't know where it is. I have no clue where it is. Skibbity bitty bee boop beep bitty boop. Okay, you got to bring it in here. See, now the build rooms is slow. Oh, we crashed. There we go. It's working. Okay. So, we're coming along. Whoops. Oops. It is coming along, isn't it? I think I scared Greg away. Gregory? 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 Yeah, he's gone. I never check my user list, but he's out. Hey, handsome. Does Mama know you're coming? Is she gonna come in here and get mad? Nothing.
What do you think, man? Distracting you.
No, he's not here. Okay, you gotta get out of here. He's gonna get mad at you. You gotta go. You gotta go. Run out, even. Run. Okay. Whew. Almost got busted by Miss Cricket. Okay, so now we have map. We have the map that changes as you explore. Right? We're getting there. We're getting there. But it's pretty late, right? Pretty late in the day. We're looking at 5:14. I need to hang out with the family. So we're gonna raid out. $34 of you hanging out. That is wild. Ooh, we could raid Little Doctor. We never get to raid Little Doctor. D2 Jam. We could go back to Hypnotic. Let's see what Little Doctor's up to. Looks like he's been going for an hour and 50.
I like it a lot. I'm excited to play this.
He has 666 followers. All right, much love to everybody out there. I will be back at this tomorrow. Be safe.
Downloading this right now.
Call a loved one, tell them you say hi and you were thinking of them.
Case.
Be cool and yeah, peace. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.